Get that under the belt, first game, all the things that's going on the last, day and a half. It was not just tough on myself, tough on a lot of people here, because we have a lot of respect for Manny. But the fact that when you're in the dugout now is something that I'm more natural at, being on the field or in the dugout, and I felt pretty comfortable when I got there.
Game 2 in this 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. As you heard there, Sandy Alomar felt comfortable once he got into the dugout and the game began, and it certainly helped him feel a lot more comfortable when the Indians played the way they did. They went out and scored a ton of runs. David Huff pitched to Gem, and the Indians get the win in his managerial debut. With just a few games left in the season, we want to focus on some individual players. Michael Brantley, he's become one of those quote-unquote core players, a guy up the middle, and that's how you build your baseball team. He's played a terrific center field defensively, and offensively, Rick, he's led the team in batting average, and he's done a nice job.
Michael has done something. He's been very consistent on both sides of the ball. Defensively, he's never had to dive a whole lot to save a lot of pitches, and he's made a lot of great catches. He's covered a lot of ground. And offensively, he's been as consistent as anybody in that lineup because Manny Act has been able to move him up. He started in the leadoff spot. He's hit fourth. He's hit fifth. He's hit all over the lineup. He's had hitting streaks. He's had a 22-game hitting streak this year, career high 60 RBIs. So Michael on both sides of the ball has been very consistent and earned himself a spot to go out there next year. And now if you can get a consistent lineup, he'll find a spot to settle into.
Brantley bothered by groin injuries, been out the last several games, not in there again tonight. Let's take a look right now at our Nissan Road Ahead pitching matchup. And for this evening, for the Indians, Jenmar Gomez gets another shot, and the rookie Jake Odorizzi goes for KC.
Well, and Gomez is 0-1 this year against the Royals in his 2 games started, 5-8, so he gets one more crack at a starting assignment before this year ends. We know what he has. He struggled about the 5th inning, and he has struggled out of the stretch. But the rookie Jake Odorizzi came over in the Zach Greinke trade. He made his start, his major league debut against the Indians. He was great for 5. They got to him in the 6th. That's when they did their damage.
Get to a Nissan dealer for special offers on innovation that excites. Indians will go for their 4th consecutive win. We've got all the play-by-play action. It's straight ahead on Sports Time Ohio. Welcome into Progressive Field, where tonight the Indians will try to run their winning streak to 4 in a row and send Kansas City to their 7th straight defeat. On the hill for the Tribe tonight, Genmar Gomez. And as he makes his warm-up tosses, let's look at Ned Yost's starting lineup for Kansas City. It's brought to you by Kia. David Lowe will lead it off, then Irving Falou, followed by Alex Gordon, who leads the big leagues in doubles. Billy Butler, Salvador Perez, and Mike Moustakas. Jeff Francoeur, Brian Pena, and Tony Abreu.
All right, a look at the numbers of Genmar Gomez, brought to you by MLB.com at Bat12. Visit Indians.com for details. Making his 17th start and his 20th appearance, 5-8. It'll be his second start against the Kansas City Royals this year. And for Genmar, he's had, he won the job coming out of spring training and then lost it, ended up getting sent down. And then later on getting called up. He's been out of the bullpen. We'll see how he pitches out of the stretch. And, he's been basically about a 5-inning pitcher. So he will get one more chance. The defense behind Gomez looks like this. Neal is in left, Carrera in center, Chu in right. It'll be Chisenhall at third, Lillibridge at short, Kipnis at second, Kansler at first, Santana behind the plate.
The umpires tonight, Toby Bassner behind the plate. Tim McClellan is the crew chief. He'll be at second base. And we're ready to go tonight. David Lowe, the Northeastern Ohio native, will step in to lead it off for Kansas City. David's parents in attendance here tonight to watch him battle the team he grew up cheering for.
Well, he gets a chance to start. He did have a pinch hit appearance in last night's ball game off Chris Perez and grounded out to first.
And he takes a strike from Genmar Gomez. .63 our game time temperature. As Lowe bangs it on the ground to second baseman Jason Kipnis, and we've got one out. The Indians winners in 3 straight games. The last time they won 4 in a row was back in the middle of June when they won the last 3 on their homestand, then went to Houston and won the opener of that series. And then the bottom fell out on them.
And that's what, a 2-0 win, I believe. Yeah, it sure did. Then they ended up losing the last 2 in Houston, went to New York and were swept, but made a comeback in Baltimore.
That was the first sign of real trouble, though, when you go to Houston and lose 2 out of 3 to a team that was on its way to losing 100 games. They're at 105 losses now on the year. 2-strike pitch, way outside. Boy, Tampa Bay is doing a number on the White Sox in Chicago. The Rays are leading Chicago 10-0 in the 8th inning. Detroit leading Minnesota 6-4. They're in the 9th inning in Minneapolis. Irving Falou is on his way to second base, and he'll go in standing with a 1-out double. Banged it just inside the bag at first and down into the corner, and he's got his 6th double of the year.
Well, he brought the hands in. He tried to go inside on it. That comeback fastball he likes to throw to the left-handers where they give up on. Guess what? Falou didn't give up on it. He put a nice short, quick swing on it and hit it down the line. So for Falou, his 6th double, and Kansas City in business now with a chance to score with 1 out.
And Alex Gordon, the batter, he was 3 for 4 last night, scored a couple of runs for Kansas City. Royals were down 8-1. They came back to try and make a game of it late. And Gordon was a big part of that. He and the on-deck hitter, Billy Butler. If the Tigers hang on in Minnesota, they'll increase their lead to 2 games over Chicago in the AL Central.
Nice. In that Detroit game, I see where Cabrera hit a homer, huh?
A little bit outside, so what, is he moving to a tie now?
Tie,
for homers?
yeah, he should with Hamilton.
Yeah,
they're both at 43, I believe.
Yep. Rangers are in a rain delay right now at home.
That's what you would figure would be the toughest category for Cabrera to win it, would be the home run department, just because there's so many of them there. But I'll tell you what, the batting race is getting interesting too.
Maurer began the day just 5 points behind Cabrera. Elsewhere in the AL, Seattle and Oakland tied 4-4 in the 10th. A's are only 3 games back at Texas heading into play today.
Seattle or Oakland came back and tied it, huh?
What else is new?
I know it. They won't go away just like the Orioles won't go away. That's how good those two teams have played all year.
Billy Butler looks at ball 1, and Gomez has missed with 5 straight. League leaders brought to you by your Cleveland Akron area Lexus dealer.
See, there's the comfort zone right there. When you look at the RBI department, that is up to date. So he's got an 11 RBI lead. That looks safe.
Gomez gets a pitch above the belt for a called strike.
Might have been a break there. That was a spinning slider. That wasn't a good one right there. If he keeps that slider where this one is at, he's going to be in for a short night, I should say. Got underneath that ball, and his velocity looks down to me early in this first inning.
Chop to third. Chisenhall short hops it, steps on the bag, goes across. Double play ends the inning.
Nice play.
Gomez gets the pitcher's best friend, the double play. And the Royals are scoreless. The Indians coming to bat. Bottom of the first inning, Indians coming to bat. And for Sandy Alomar, the Tribe's starting lineup tonight looks like this. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Chu, Kipnis, and Santana. Chisenhall, Kanzler, and Hafner. Lillibridge, Neal, and Carrera.
All right, let's take a look at Kansas City's pitcher, Jake Odorizzi, who is making his second straight start against the Indians. He made his debut back in Kansas City last week. He is 22 years old, came over in the Zach Greinke trade, and went 5 1/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 3 runs. And he will get his crack at the Indians again. Let's take a look at the Home Depot defense behind him this evening. Or we will at a later moment. Don't worry about it.
We'll get to it.
There we go.
Made you wait for
it. Gordon Lowe and Frank Gore. You must wait. Moustakas, Falou, Abreu, Butler on the infield, Perez behind the plate. More savings, more doing. That's the power of Home Depot.
Shin-Soo Choo coming off a terrific night swinging the bat. 2 for 4 with 2 doubles in last night's game, and Katie Witham says Choo's made a little adjustment that's helped him swing the bat better of late.
Matt, Rick, Shin-Soo Choo has seen a lot of inside pitches this season. He told me in the clubhouse today that he made the adjustment to back off the plate a few inches, even more when he faces a left-handed pitcher. But it's not only helped him see the ball better, but it's also given him a lot more swinging room.
Well, he's been swinging the bat much better against left-handers. And, a lot of teams have been pitching him in. And it surprises me that he's taken so long to make an adjustment and back off the plate the way they've been pounding him in this year. But like the last 2 weeks, it certainly has paid off. And she says he's seeing it better. Boy, that's the key to hitting. Seeing the ball, the earlier you can see it, the better off you are.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Jake Odorizzi deals, and that's inside, full count. Odorizzi, not an overpowering guy. He really has to rely on command.
Yeah, we witnessed that in his first start. He was shutting him down for 5 innings. They got to him in the 6th. But it wasn't a severe breaking ball. It was just a 90, 91 mile an hour fastball.
Chu grounds out, 1 away. And that'll bring up Jason Kipnis, who, like so many of the Indians' hitters, has been on a tear of late. Kipnis has hit in 10 straight games, 14 out of 45. Taking a strike.
You look at Odorizzi's numbers in the minor leagues, a combined 15-5. That's between AA and AAA. Pretty good numbers in 145 and a third innings. 132 hits. He did walk 50 and struck out 135. And exactly what Kansas City's looking for is starting pitching. Much like the Indians and the Twins in this division when you think about it.
Yeah.
We talked about it, a couple of weeks ago. You said the fewest innings by teams as far as starting pitching was those 3. And the one that's amazing is the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, they're in that mix too.
They're in the mix, but their bullpen has held up all year. And how Showalter has done that all year with, you don't know who's going to start from day to day is really unbelievable.
Almost put that in the category of smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
When you can do it when you're not getting a lot of innings from your starters, that's not the way you draw it up on the chalkboard.
No, that's what carries you, your starting pitchers, and they make it easier on the bullpen.
Oakland has won their game with Seattle. Must have been a 3-run walk-off homer, 7-4. Brandon Moss clobbers a 3-run jack, and the A's beat the Mariners.
They're still alive.
2.5 now behind Texas. If Texas falters, look out.
And they play their final 3 against the Rangers.
And that's going to go foul. How about that? It was Josh Donaldson who tied it in the bottom of the 9th with a 2-run homer, and then Moss wins it. I mean, that's
the way they've gone all year long. It's been somebody different. Remember they had when we were out there, what was it, 13 walk-offs from 11 different people?
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't had a guy offensively that's carried him or that they've relied on. It's truly been a team effort.
Yeah. I'll tell you, they've got some pretty good young players there.
Now the 2-2. Minnesota batting now in the bottom of the 9th, down 2 against Detroit.
They battled the Tigers well this year.
They're underway in Baltimore where the Orioles, if they beat the Red Sox, will move into a first-place tie with New York in the East. Yankees beaten today by Toronto. 3-2, ball 4. And a one-out base runner here in the first.
Yeah, there's a lot of day baseball today. Just us in the Baltimore-Boston game, night games. Well, I see that Texas is going eventually.
They've been in a rain delay. I don't know, did they start yet?
No, they did not.
They're trying to play the Angels.
Well, that's the last thing either one of those teams want is a double dip. Especially at this time of the year, and you wouldn't think you'd get it in Texas, do you?
Yeah. Ball gets away from Perez, but he did a good job of blocking it and keeping it in front of him. So Kipnis, knowing Perez's arm strength, he didn't want to take a chance.
And that's a good base runner. He took off as soon as he saw this ball was going in the dirt. Look at that, goes off it, and he did a really nice job to pounce on it. It was Santana that hurt this guy in the 6th inning in Kansas City with a 2-run home run into the bullpen.
Had a big home run swing there, but fouled it back. 1 ball, 1 strike to count with 1 on, 1 out here in the first. Jake Odorizzi delivers, and that's low. 3-1 to count. Royals manager Ned Yost, his club in a free fall right now, having lost 6 straight. And it's ball 4, so back-to-back walks from the rookie right-hander, making just his 2nd big league start. And now Lonnie Chisenhall will bat with a couple aboard as Perez goes out to try to comfort the young right-hander.
Well, that's the one thing. He better make him swing the bat. You start walking him, that's when the Indians have a tendency to score. They know him. They faced him last week. He's not going to surprise him today. They have an idea what the fastball does. The breaking ball. How about Chisenhall getting a chance to hit 4th today? Well, his numbers in this ballpark this year dictate that.
And a good night last night, going 3 for 5 with a double. And a lot of that damage was against the left-hander, which is certainly good to see.
Yeah, the last week they've really swung the bats much better against left-handers.
Look at that, 361 at home.
Uh-huh. Good home cooking.
In the dirt, Perez with another good stop. Odorizzi was originally the 32nd overall player picked in the 08 draft by Milwaukee. Came to Kansas City in the big package in which Zach Greinke was traded by the Royals to Milwaukee. 22 years old, and he's got some control issues here early, and key is, can the Indians take advantage? And it's outside 2-1.
Royals did the same thing in their inning. After the double, there was a walk, but he was able to get Butler, Gomez was, to hit into the double play.
Two-1. Good fastball that time. And the count evens up. Shoots it foul over by the Indians dugout. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sandy Alomar, after last night's game and his managerial debut, got the game ball, and then the team gave him the ceremonial beer shower afterwards. Now the 2-2. Popped him up, foul, out of play. Russ Kanzler waiting in the on-deck circle. And Lonnie Chisenhall lines it down the right field line. Kipnis will score. Santana on his way to third, and he will be stopped as he came around the bag. And it's an RBI double for Lonnie Chisenhall, and the Indians draw first blood and lead it 1-0.
Well, he continues his onslaught on Progressive Field. A nice line drive swing down the right field line. And they get the young rookie early. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. Chisenhall, he loves the ball in, and he likes it down below the bell. A typical left-hander. He ropes that one down into the right field corner. Give him his 5th double, his 16th RBI. The Indians will play from in front, and now you have second and third still just one out. So, big base hit.
Dave Island went out for a brief chat. He's headed back to the dugout. Lonnie Chisenhall, though, swinging an extremely hot bat for the Indians right now. 6 hits in his last 13 at-bats, and now the Indians have a chance to add to it with second and third and only one out. Russ Kanzler, 2 for 5 last night, will be the batter.
That's what he did this first start. He pretty much located his fastball early, you know. He didn't mess around with a lot of breaking balls, throw him in the dirt, fall behind in the count. He was attacking the strike zone, and I guarantee that's what Island went out there and told him. Look, throw your strikes, get ahead in the count, and then go to work.
And I remember one of the Indians, I don't remember specifically who it was, but he said, you know, when you haven't faced a guy before, sometimes it's hard to kind of get a read on him. So maybe that first time through they were kind of looking to see what he had, and then they finally broke through against him later in the game.
Well, he's facing his 5th hitter. He's already thrown 30 pitches. There's a good fastball.
Gets ahead of Kanzler, 1-2. Way outside, and Perez has been active behind the plate here in the first inning. Blocking balls in the dirt, keeping them from going to the backstop. Oh, he rings him up. Kanzler doesn't like the call. 2 down in the inning.
Gets his first strikeout and makes a perfect pitch. Fastball down and away, locating it. That's a great pitch. That was a good pitch. You may not like it, but I mean, it's at the knees. Yeah. It has the plate. That's a great pitch. On a pitch like that, when you're a hitter, you got to try to foul it off if you can. It's not a good pitch to try and hit and put in play, but if you can, with the runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs, you don't want to take a called third. You want to put it in play.
So Travis Hafner will bat with second and third and 2 down. Fouled back. Talked about Lonnie Chisenhall and how hot he has been here at home for the year. This is hard to believe, but Travis Hafner has hit just 182 at home this year. 22 hits and 121 at bats.
Wow.
He didn't mean to swing, but it
he better keep
rolled
running.
Up the line.
Well, the catcher's going to watch him, and if he stops running, he's going to let it see if it comes back fair. We've seen that happen this year here in this ballpark. But not a good swing there. He's just taking it and it catches the bat. But now if you're on third base and you're Carlos Santana, third baseman Moustakas way off the line. He's off the bag a long way. Keep your eye for that breaking ball in the dirt that he's thrown in this inning a number of times.
He's got Hafner down on the count 0-2. And he just fights it off to stay alive. Santana's at third with Chisenhall at second and 2 down. And on the 0-2, it's fouled back out of play. Missed outside with it. As big a lead as Santana is able to get off at third, it wouldn't take a ball getting that far away from Perez for him to score.
I know, that's what I'm watching.
Jammed foul out of play.
You know, this is one, though, that these two could put a play on. And the guy behind the plate likes to do that. You could throw a pitch. When you had him down on the count 0-2, call that fastball away off the plate where you can come back. And Moustakas, as he throws the pitch, breaks to the bag, and you could time it to try and get Santana. Especially with the left-hander up, you've got a clear passage way to throw it.
Well, when we were in Kansas City, we were looking at the numbers. Perez has picked off more guys off bases than any Royals catcher.
Ever.
And he's only played a handful of games.
I know. This is he's got, 9, I believe, and he already broke the record for Darryl Porter, who was there for like 5 years or whatever. So he's got an outstanding arm.
But in that instance, Rick, Carlos is getting his lead, and it's Steve Smith's job at third base coach to alert him if the third baseman breaks.
That's exactly right. But what I'm saying, the timing play when you have the hitter ahead, he doesn't break until that pitch is thrown, and then, it'd be too late. He's also got Steve Smith has got to keep eye on the second base Chisenhall out there to see what he can do. He's trying to score him on a base hit.
Hafner fouled that one off the mask of Perez, and this has been a long inning for Jake Odorizzi. Over 40 pitches here in the first.
Wow, that's a long inning. That went right off the helmet. Look at him. He put his head down. Got him on the top of the coconut.
Already activity in the Kansas City bullpen. Nate Adcock is up getting loose. Hafner trying to make a long first inning even longer with a 2-out base hit right here. But he pops him up. The shortstop, Falou, will make the catch and the inning is over. Took 42 pitches, but Odorizzi gets out of it, allowing just 1 run.
Chiller, cherry and raspberry flavors blended with ice and 100% fruit juice. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers.
What a gorgeous fall afternoon here in northeastern Ohio. Indians out to the early 1-0 lead. Salvador Perez will lead off for Kansas City. 2 for 4 last night. Drove in a couple of runs. Topped it to short. Lillibridge will set. And the throw is on the money, 1 away. Injury report brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Both Eric Hosmer and Alcides Escobar injured their shoulders diving for balls in their series finale the other day against Detroit. Neither one expected to play this weekend, but we'll wait and see if either of them can make it back into the lineup for tomorrow's series finale. Mike Moustakas, 1 for 4 last night. Takes a strike from Genmar Gomez. One ball, 2 strikes. Well, Minnesota was not able to come back against Detroit, so the Tigers winning, White Sox losing, and Detroit's lead 2 games over the White Sox in the Central, heading into play tomorrow. Just 4 games left in the season for those 2 teams now. Full count.
Well, and after this series, tomorrow Kansas City goes home. They'll end up finishing up with Detroit at home. And then, of course, the White Sox will come here.
Hit foul up the first base side. And again, Moustakas shoots that one over towards his own dugout. Sent some of his teammates scattering for cover. And the count remains 3-2. And he strikes him out. Gomez gets his first K, 2 down in the inning. Well, we told you about the Central. There's what the wild card looks like, with Baltimore and Oakland in pretty good shape there. What's interesting now is both Baltimore and Oakland could still win their respective divisions, which would send the division leaders currently, New York and Texas, into the wild card spots.
Yeah, it's a little crazy right now. But Baltimore ends up with Tampa for 3. Ooh.
Oh, man, shattered barrel. It's a fair ball down the left field line into the corner.
About a funny sound.
Throw to second base, a little bit offline of Frank Gore with a 2-out double.
Had a weird sound to it.
I was watching the barrel. I didn't really see where the ball went and didn't realize it was fair.
You know what? And normally when you hit a ball like that, and you see, we haven't seen many bats explode like that this year. But look at, he's still got the handle in his hand, and it's still, he hit it pretty hard down the line. I mean, he was swinging really hard last night and had a big long swing, but look how hard he hit, and he got it by Chisenhall.
Listen to this again.
Wow. That didn't sound too solid.
Sounded like a hollow bat.
Yeah, it sure did.
Brian Pena did not go. And Pena sends a fly ball to right where Shin-Soo Choo makes the catch. No runs, a hit, a man left. Middle of the second, the Indians 1 and the Royals nothing. Go to the home half of the second. Bottom third of the Indians order due up. Brent Lillibridge, Thomas Neal, and Ezekiel Carrera.
Got the Indians jacket and a Kansas City hat.
Split loyalties or just really confused?
Either that or he brought the jacket today. He knew it was going to be cool and ended up buying the hat here.
Could be like Murph. He's got to have a hat from every team.
That could be a front runner. He takes off. Whoever loses this game takes the one piece off and puts it aside.
Fouled out of play. Lillibridge takes a breaking ball for a strike. Be interesting to see if Odorizzi can rebound from what was nearly a disastrous first inning. But he was able to get out of it, only allowing the one run. But it took him a ton of pitches to get through. And Lillibridge starts it off with a base hit here in the second. And that's his third hit already in the series.
Well, and that's exactly what you want to do if you're the Indians. After he struggled in that first inning, to get him right out of the stretch again. So it's only the second hit for the Indians. But he had a couple of walks in that first inning, and they really labored to get out of it. You know, and I remember Ned Yost saying about this kid before his first start, we just want him to see what it's like to come up to the big league level, to hang around the guys and see what it's like to prepare for a major league start. just to go through it, because obviously results don't matter right now, because they realized he pitched the whole time. He's only 22 years old, but heading into spring training next year, that comfort zone to hang around the guys and, feel like he belongs.
Lillibridge takes off. Perez. Throw goes into center field. Lillibridge picked it up late, and he'll stay right there.
I'll tell you what, that throw was right on the money, wasn't it? That throw took off in a hurry. Good backup.
Yeah, it was maybe just a little bit towards
Tailing.
second base, and that's why.
But it
Falou
had something
couldn't get
on
to
it. Look at it. He had a good jump. He just stayed back and fired a cannon. That ball had a little tail to it. Watch this ball. It was right on the money, but it was moving.
Late sink.
Yeah, it was. He called for the two-seamer. He fired his seat, so stolen base for Lillibridge.
Neal squibs it first base side foul. 0-2.
But anyway, and getting back to it, we've seen young pitchers, Matt, that have been here, spent some time at the big leagues. They go back, and maybe the second time they come up, they seem more comfortable.
Yeah.
It just seemed like something, the light goes on, and it feels like something clicks on, and they belong. They're over the intimidation factor.
Yeah, and I think along with that, for some of the guys, the game slows down for them a little bit. I think for so many rookies, they get up here, and everything just seems to be flying.
Which it does.
Neal chops it first base side. Butler with a good stop. He'll flip it over for out number one. Lillibridge gets to third.
Good job.
So Neal does his job, gets the runner over. Now we'll see if Carrera can bring him home. Right now, we bring you Katie Witham.
Well, Matt, Tribe Rewards is a new program for season ticket holders. It gives you unforgettable experiences like coming to the ball game, throwing out that first pitch, or attending a pregame press conference. You can get those 2013 season tickets by calling 216-420-HITS right now, guys.
Thanks, Katie. Carrera coming off a big night. He was 3 for 4 with 3 runs scored in last night's game. Royals bring the infield in. And Carrera taking a strike. Back out of play, 0-2. That's going to go foul.
Odorizzi has had 2 strikes on 8 out of the 9 first hitters. His first time through.
Chopped right at the second baseman, and Abreu will throw out Carrera. Lillibridge deciding not to take a chance there.
Yeah, they choose not to go on contact, and it's hit right at him.
Our great clip of the game from last night, Shin-Soo Choo. A couple of RBI doubles. One he hit off the wall in left field. And the second one was a mammoth shot deep off the wall in center field. Great clips. It's going to be great. Odorizzi off speed pitch in for a strike.
That's a really good first pitch right there when you can just throw that get me over curveball for strike one to take them off your fastball.
A little bit inside. I think Odorizzi wanted that. A called strike. Didn't get it. 1-1. The 2-1. out of play.
Again, there's 2 strikes on the hitter. So I said that first time through, just 2 hits. Chisenhall put a good swing on the double. And Lillibridge hit one right back up the middle.
2-2 is just a little bit outside. And now a full count. "60 pitches already for Odorizzi. And the payoff to Chu is ball 4. It's his 3rd walk. And it brings up Jason Kipnis. Nate Adcock, who was warming up last inning, ready if called upon. But like last inning, Odorizzi is 1 pitch away from getting out of trouble again. Kipnis walked and scored the game's only run in the 1st. Jason's put him in a rare statistical category this year. He's driven in 70 runs. He's scored 80. He's hit at least 10 homers, and he's stolen at least 25 bases. Only Kipnis, Ryan Braun, and Mike Trout have done that this year. Throw down to second base, and Chu is in safely with a stolen base. That's his 20th steal of the year.
Well, I like it because if you can run on this catcher, they're stealing it off the pitcher. This throw was a little bit high, but also Chu had a very good jump, so he gets number 20. 2nd and 3rd now with 2 outs, an opportunity to add on.
At the knees, a called strike. The 1-2, high pop on the infield. And Irving Falou will make the catch. So the Indians leave a couple stranded here in the 2nd. It remains 1-0 Cleveland. The game for Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Drive on top, 1-0, 3rd inning. Tony Abreu will lead off for Kansas City, then David Lowe and Irving Falou.
Both the hits Kansas City have tonight have been doubles. Falou back in the 1st with 1 out. Francoeur in the second with 2 outs.
He just reached out and pops it toward left, but a nice running grab by Lillibridge, one away. Tonight's trivia question brought to you by AT&T. The only pitcher in Indians history with 3 consecutive seasons of 30 or more saves. We'll have the answer coming up later in the game. Who grounded out to second base his first time up, stands in and fouls it right back.
Lowe played mostly left field, or he's played actually all over down in the minor leagues. His favorite position is center field, playing there tonight. Young man that has good speed.
Time called.
Well, he may want that comeback fastball in because they're not on the same page. Whatever Santana's putting down, Gomez is not liking it.
Well, they've had their talk. That's outside. And a count of ball and 2 strikes. Bounced it in there. And he rings him up with that breaking ball. Another high one that you talked about. You think that was a changeup or is it a breaking ball?
You know what? I want to look because I thought it might have been a changeup, but it's another breaking ball. He cut under. Got under, it stayed up, but by the time watch his glove come down, that's high. I mean, from the side, it went by right around the letters, and that's the second one he got called there tonight. The other one was to Butler. Remember the right-hander, now the left-hander. So there's the changeup at about 81. That other breaking ball that he threw there was about 70-something, 77.
The 1-1 pitch. He was thinking about a bunt. Pulled it back in time. 2-1 to count. 2 down here in the third. Indians with a 1-0 advantage. Line drive, and Lillibridge just can't get to it. He made a heck of an effort. But Falou with a soft line drive single keeps the inning alive for KC.
Well, he had a beat on it. I mean, nothing you could do. He couldn't leave his feet. It was actually a very good pitch. It was out off the plate. Hit it off the end of the bat. Give him credit. He stayed on it, got enough of it to fall in. He put the ball in play. He is now 2 for 2.
And Alex Gordon walked his first time up the batter. Caught the outside corner. A little bit outside with that pitch, 1-1.
Gordon, a guy with 51 doubles on the year. He was 3 away from the Royals record by Hal McRae, set back in '77. 5 games to go.
Throw behind the runner at first, but back safely is Falou. That's one of those design plays where you got the count in your favor and you call the pitch inside and you just slide right around the hitter and fire it down there. Bounced it way in front of the plate. Santana.
Great job.
By the time he recovered, Falou was already halfway to second base.
He took off, Matt. It looked like, but when he saw that ball out in front of home plate, he was off and running. And even if Santana, which he did do a pretty good job of keeping it out here, watch him run. He was gone. There was nothing you could do about it. That's great base running.
Bounce. As soon as he saw it in the dirt, he just turned and went.
Yeah, he saw that. He picked it up from the side, knew it was going to be in there, and just continued to run. So that's a wild pitch, but did a great job with 2 outs to get himself into scoring position.
Now the 2-2. Up high and a full count. And he walks him. Second time he's walked Gordon tonight. And so after there were 2 outs and nobody on base, he gives up the hit to Falou, a walk to Gordon, and now Billy Butler to the plate.
Well, you can spend some time with the Indians next spring in Arizona, whether it's a week-long or it's a weekend trip. Packages will fit your schedule. You can call 216-420-HITS for all the details.
The pitch to Billy Butler is chopped foul. Butler, key at bat in the first inning. They had first and second, 1 out, and he banged into an inning-ending double play. One ball, 1 strike.
This is where, if you're Gomez, you don't want to hang a slider here this time up. We talked about it in Kansas City where Butler's such a good hitter. He'll sit on the curveball or the breaking ball, and he'll just fight off your fastball. He's throwing the fastballs away, but he's missing with it. So he goes into the count so he can readjust. With 2 outs, with runners in scoring position, he's not afraid to sit on the breaking ball and fight off your fastball. Miguel Cabrera does that very well. The minute you think you have him set for a breaking ball, next thing you know, he smashes it.
Well, he misses again. It's 3-1.
And all 3 were fastballs away that he missed. He got ahead of them. 0-1. You got Perez on deck. But be careful here.
The 3-1. Butler was on top of it. And now a full count.
That was the breaking ball. He got it away a little bit, and you could see he was sitting on it. His eyes got a little wide.
Pitch number 50 of the night for Gomez. With 2 on, 2 out, the runners will be off.
Almost had him.
One of these days I'll understand that move.
Well, 3-2, 2 out, you figure he's going to run, and so you try and spin move, and maybe he'll run. Well, we're still waiting.
There go the runners. Butler shoots it right back. So he's fouled off the slider, and now the fastball.
See, there's the fastball he was a little late on. It was up there, but he didn't try and go after it and try and pull it. Watch. He pulls that front foot back. He had a good pitch to hit, but he's a little tardy on it. It's okay. He stayed on it. That still keeps him back there enough for the breaking ball. That was down the middle. He got away with one.
Again, the runners go. And Butler shoots that one into the seats, just over the dugout.
There's a well-located breaking ball, and he's still able to get a piece of it. That right there should tell you that's what the pitch he's looking for. He was a little tardy on a fastball that was up and down the middle, and he hit a breaking ball that was down off the plate. Fouled it off.
And now he lines it into left field. That'll tie the game. Irving Falou scores, and the 2-out RBI single by Billy Butler has knotted the game at 1 apiece. His 107th run batted in on the year.
Well, they come back and they tried to throw him a changeup, but it was elevated. It was too high. It was up in the zone, and he did some damage to it. That one was out of the zone, 78 miles an hour. You can see the pitch coming off the middle fingers, but it stayed up, and Butler gets Kansas City on the board to tie it up. So they've done some damage here. 3 straight reach with 2 outs. He had the base hit, the walk, and now a base hit.
And once again with Gomez, second time through the order. And they're starting to zero in on him.
Well, he's not making good pitches. There's some finding too much of the plate. He better locate a little better. Kansas City now with 4 hits.
Salvador Perez grounded to short his first time up. Gets ahead with a slider for strike 1. Missed low and away with the fastball. That'll even the count. A slow chopper to third. Chisenhall barehander, can't come up with it. The bases are loaded.
Do or die play for Lonnie. Tried to barehand it, couldn't do it cleanly, so it'll go as an infield single. Look how far he's playing with 2 outs. You're trying to get that final out. He comes in and just doesn't field it cleanly. It'll go as an infield single. So now the bases are loaded, and 4 straight have reached.
And now Mike Moustakas, who struck out his first time up, will be the batter. Wow, that took off on him. 1-0.
Some rumbling out in that bullpen. Uh-oh.
Moustakas drives it to deep right field, and it will short hop the fence. Scoring is Gordon. Scoring is Butler. Perez stops at third. It's a 2-out, 2-run double for Mike Moustakas, and the Royals now lead it 3-1. And Genmar Gomez is really scuffling here in the third.
Well, let's look at the location. Look at that. Everything up, everything middle of the plate. He's lucky that one stayed in the ballpark. They held Perez up, and I'm thinking because this year, you don't try and stretch it. He's had some knee issues, so safe and sound. It's a 3-run inning, and they still have 2 more out there. Yeah, Gomez not locating the fastball, and everything else is middle of the plate. That's the 3rd double for the Royals tonight. Not a very good start.
Well, I don't know what the adjustment that Genmar Gomez has to make, but this is the same thing over and over again where he'll get through the first time through the lineup, and but boy, second time through.
Well, you know what
if
that tells you?
If there's a third time.
He's not a starter.
Jeff Francoeur just launches one to deep left field, and it is gone. A 2-out, 3-run homer for Jeff Francoeur, and the Royals have scored 6 times after there were 2 outs and nobody on base.
Well, look at the hanger here. You expect it to get hit hard. It's an ugly inning. I mean, we can show you locations all night long. Watch it, a spinner. Remember I said he better get that ball down. It'll be a short night for him, and that's going to be a short night for him. He does not make an adjustment. Kansas City Royals do. They hit a 3-run home run. It's a huge inning. Francoeur is 15th of the year, the 15th given up by Gomez.
In the left, Thomas NEAL makes the catch, and the inning is finally over. But Genmar Gomez tagged for a 6th spot in the 3rd. The field, the Royals have turned the tables on the Tribe, and they lead it 6-1. Jake Odorizzi made over 40 pitches in the first inning. They had the bullpen going for him in the first. They had the bullpen going in the second, and yet now he's out of the game. Nate Adcock finally has come into the game. But Odorizzi, he bent, he didn't break. He only gave him 2 innings, but he didn't give in. And all of a sudden, then the Royals are sitting there trying to fight uphill.
Yeah, well, he was. The Indians could have had a big inning or a couple of big innings. They did not, and now they're going to turn it over to their bullpen. Adcock coming on. That happened to Odorizzi when we were in Kansas City, where he was shut him out for the first 5, and then all of a sudden caved in the 6th. And they kept adding on. Cleveland was just 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position off of Odorizzi.
Carlos Santana will lead off here in the home half of the third. Well, the goal of every game is to try to get into the other team's bullpen early. Even in September with additional arms in the bullpen, you're going to make them have to go through some arms, or at least that's the game plan. You don't want Adcock to come out here and let him go 4 innings and kind of save the day for him.
Well, no, you don't. But, I mean, they have a dozen pitchers. Everybody does now. So you go out there and right now Kansas City put themselves in a real good position to win. Now the offense has to turn it around.
Santana strikes out on 3 pitches. 1 down. Let's go down right now and check in with Katie Witham.
Hey, Matt, Rick, I am over here near the outfield, hanging out with David Lowe from Kansas City, your center fielder and leadoff man tonight's parents, Walter and Denise. Originally, you're still living in Ohio right now, and I know you've living in Green, city of Green. And I know you've seen David play since he's been called up numerous trips. How many times have you seen him play?
Well, we were out for his debut in Kansas City over the holiday weekend, and then we've been back again for a week to watch him play, and it's been fantastic. It's really exciting for him. We're very happy for him.
Well, I know you were here last night as well for his debut in Ohio. Yes. It wasn't hard to find you guys. You literally have an entire section.
We do. David's college is just been awesome. His college coach, Joe Spano, and he's brought the whole baseball team. And it's just been very exciting tonight. And former coaches, high school, youth, they're all here. It's wonderful.
Well, I know our Rick Manning had a chance to speak with David before the game, and I know David played with his son, Kyle, football, baseball. Dad, I got to ask you, did you envision this life for your son? Did you think he could do it?
Yes, I did.
What are you most proud of? I know he's already in the Kansas City record books. He's the 4th guy to score 2 runs in his major league debut. I know you're proud of him. What are you most proud of?
ESPN, #1 spot. No, he's a great guy. He's a hard worker, and he deserves this. He's great.
Well, we're happy to welcome him back to Ohio and to see you guys out here. Is it a little weird? I know you were Indians fans for a very long time to be sitting here wearing Royals jerseys.
It is weird, but it's okay. We love it.
Right?
We love it.
Yeah. We'll take it.
And we love baseball, and he's doing great.
Appreciate spending some time with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, listen it back up to you.
Thanks, Katie.
So
nice
Katie,
job.
They're sitting in the outfield, huh?
They are. They have the best vantage point of watching their son.
Well, if that's what they want to do, fine. If not, they want to come up and sit in the booth over here. I'll get them the Royals TV booth. They're not announcing tonight. Tell them those two. Mom and Dad will come up as my guest in the booth if they want. It's a better view up here.
All right. I'll definitely let them know.
Well, you can understand how they are just bursting with pride. You know, a kid they raised right here in northeastern Ohio, to see him make his major league debut, and he's played well.
Yeah.
And given the Royals a little bit of a spark, and who knows where this will take him.
You know, the fun thing is, I mean, they were Indians fans, but now their son gets a chance to play, and he breaks in with the Kansas City Royals. And guess what? We're Royals fans now. We got to change our allegiance, and I don't blame them. That's a nice number on his back there, too, number 7.
Travis Hafner looks at a ball outside. I'm sure there was another number 7 that had something to do with that.
Yeah, when I was talking to him today, he said he likes to play center field best. I said, well, buddy, you better be able to run in Kansas City because they got a lot of area and outfield to cover. And he realizes that, but looking forward to it.
Travis Hafner popped up his first time to the plate. Little tapper slowly hit towards second. Charging in, gloving in as Abreu to throw him out. 3 complete. It's the Royals 6 and the Indians 1. So both teams into their bullpen early here tonight. Jenmar Gomez lasting just 3 innings, bombed for 6 runs on 7 hits. Chris Seddon will make his 15th appearance of the year. And as you can see, most of them have come out of the bullpen.
Yeah. Those starts that he had came early.
Tony Abreu, David Lowe, and Irving Falou. You know, you made the comment right before the home run that Frank Core hit about Gomez. You know, the fact that he can't seem to get through a lineup more than once without getting beat up tells you that, man, maybe his best role is coming out of the bullpen.
Absolutely. When you can't pitch 5 innings or you start falling into trouble when you get around that 5th, you will not be long for a starting rotation. You know, especially today is location, and his stuff isn't that good to where I mean, you've got to control it. You've got to have impeccable control if you don't have overpowering stuff. And he went out and he won the job in spring training to be that number 5 starter and was throwing the ball well. But
yeah, even early in the season, he had some good starts, but it seemed like maybe once people got a book on him and really got a good read on him, they turned the tables on him in a hurry.
The big leagues has a way of doing that to anybody that you go out there, and that's the equalizer. You know, you can go through if they've never seen you before and you may look good and pitch well, but once they start getting a lowdown on you. Now, this is your division. This is his, actually his, I think it's his 3rd start, but 2nd one because he was ejected early.
That's right, against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Kipnis squeezes that for out number 1. And our stat of the game is brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. Jason Kipnis has made just 6 errors. And you look at this, Indian second baseman who've had at least 600 chances. Only Robbie Alomar has had a better year defensively.
That's a great year. He really has come a long way. starting. That's not his position, folks. He had to work hard to learn how to play that position, and he's doing that at the big league level. He was an outfielder and really has done a remarkable job and has been able to turn the double play. It's been really fun to watch. And it was a gradual, improvement. You'd see him month by month and getting more comfortable. And, boy, he goes out there now and he feels right at home.
And I would think he's the kind of young man who's going to work hard to get better. I mean, I don't think he feels like, okay, I'm here, I've arrived, I've got it made. Fields that one back on his heels. Low throw, dug out by Kanzler. But Lowe, hustling down the line, beats it out for an infield single.
Yeah, we told you, David Lowe has speed, and he beats it out right there. And Kipnis did everything in his power. This ball went under the legs, it looks like, of Seddon, right between the wickets. Bounces on the mound, and Kipnis had to get rid of it. He couldn't get much on it and made it awfully close there at first base, but the speed of Lowe beats it out. So he will have an infield single. And his mom and dad are clapping right now, I guarantee it.
Lowe 1 for 3 tonight. He's aboard with one out here in the fourth, and Irving Falou already 2 for 2 with a single and a double and a run scored. Well, it's a doubleheader in Texas tomorrow. They were rained out.
No kidding.
With the Angels.
Boy, I don't think anybody wanted that from either one of those teams. It's hard to win 2 games in one day, and that's what the Angels are going to have to try and do.
Kipnis will turn, fire to second. They erase David Lowe on the force. 2 down. Let's go back to the studios right now and join Dave Chodowski. He's got a Hyundai update for us.
Matt, Rick, thanks. Tigers, Twins, final out. This is how it ends. 6-4 ball game. Justin Morneau flies out to center. Valverde with his 33rd save, and the Tigers lead the White Sox by 2 games now. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Chud. That's obviously big for Detroit. You got the 2-game lead with 4 to go. All the pressure really on the White Sox.
Yeah, it's must win.
And it's David Price opposing them tomorrow for Tampa, so that's going to be quite a challenge for the White Sox.
If you have your backs to the wall, you might as well
play the best, right?
Back to the wall. Price will be going for number 20 tomorrow, won't he?
There's a ground ball towards second. Kipnis will go to first, and that will end the inning. Yeah, David Price is 19-5. Will be going against the White Sox tomorrow. Bottom of the fourth inning, bottom third of the Indians order. Brent Lillibridge, Thomas Neal, and Ezekiel Carrera. Lillibridge, a base hit, his first time up. Lines it off the mound. And it was knocked down by Abreu, but he just couldn't come up with it cleanly. So Lillibridge is 2 for 2.
You know, Abreu, a guy that made that play in the hole last night at shortstop, he looked like he was trying to throw it before he actually really did make the catch it. It's a tremendous. You see where he wanted to try and throw it. He didn't have the ball, and it had a tough deflection off the mound. He wanted to throw it. He thought it stuck, and it fell out of the glove. But we saw this guy make a play last night that was really good at short. But it's a base hit for Lillibridge. He's now 2 for 2.
Thomas Neal, a ground out his first time up. Neal, 3 hits and 20 at bats. And a big swing and a miss by Thomas Neal. 0-1 the count. Nate Adcock quickly gets ahead 0-2. Time called. If you joined us late, Kansas City scored 6 times after there were 2 outs and nobody on base in the third inning. Off Genmar Gomez. Neal strikes out. 1 away. Second strikeout for Nate Adcock. Here's our minor league report brought to you by University Hospitals. Ronnie Rodriguez this year at Carolina. 20 doubles, 19 homers. Dominican Republic product. Ezekiel Carrera grounded to second base his first time up. And that was with the infield in and a runner at third and 1 out back in the second inning. Well, he almost threw it away. Well, I think Salvador Perez is going to go out and say, "Hey, worry about the guy at home plate. We got an out. You know, it's a 6-1 lead."
You're right. I mean, you can pay attention to him, but you don't have to live over there and throw over 3 straight times. Well, pitchers are creatures of habit, you know, and they feel if they throw over sometime. The first time he threw over, it was close, so he wants to keep them closer.
The Indians did steal a couple of bases in the second inning. I mean, the chances of a guy taking off
the Indians certainly
down 5,
don't want to make an out on the bases, so they've got to be absolutely sure. Like I said, I can see you throwing over there, but you don't pay too much attention. Unless they know this guy and he's so easy to run on. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
We don't get to see him a whole lot.
1 ball, 1 strike. Lillibridge takes off. It's in the dirt. Picked the right pitch to go on.
Yep. That is the key.
Third steal of the night for the Indians, and Lillibridge has his second. Give him 13 on the year.
And like you say, he picked the right pitch. This ball was in the dirt. A little two-seamer down in the dirt. He would have had to backhand it. He can't come up with it cleanly, so Lillibridge a stolen base, and the Indians third tonight. So now they have a runner in scoring position.
Bouncer to second base. 2 down. Lillibridge moves to third. Back to the top of the order in Shin-Soo Choo. Tonight after our ball game, stay tuned for Mount Union football. They'll host Ohio Northern. It's the Purple Raiders and the Polar Bears. Tonight after Indians baseball right here on STO.
And there's a pitch there now that we had told you earlier that Choo has backed off the plate a little bit. I think that's a little easier for him to see, but also a little easier for him to take. You know, there was times in there when he was swinging at pitches in off the plate, jamming himself. So maybe those couple inches he backed off, it may not seem like a lot, but it is when you're trying to cover 17 inches of plate.
He checked his swing. And it's 2-1. Right back to the mound. Adcock will flip it over. And after 4, it's the Royals 6, the Indians 1. Locations in Northeast Ohio. By Levin's, home of the Sealy Posturepedic mattress made right here in Northeast Ohio. By Kia, Cleveland.com. And by First Merit Bank.
And it's a 6-1 Kansas City lead as we go to the 5th inning. Chris Seddon will stay on for a second inning of relief work. He'll face Billy Butler, Salvador Perez, and Mike Moustakas. Butler takes a strike.
Butler had the big 2-out RBI that got him rolling. After that first RBI base hit with 2 outs, they just continued to move on. 3 hits after his. Put up a pretty good battle against Gomez, and they knocked him out.
You know, that's the one thing. He's consistently called the high strike
Yes,
tonight.
he has. I was going to say, he thought it might have been up there again, but he's called it for everybody. Maybe a little bit above the belt. We don't see that strike called a lot. But you know what? If you can do it consistently, it's just fine.
Willibridge throws out Butler, 1 away. Well, here's our game recap, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Lonnie Chisenhall gave the Indians an early 1-0 lead with an RBI double here in the first inning. But it turned bad in a hurry in the third. Mike Moustakas with a 2-run double, and then Jeff Francoeur a 3-run homer. All 6 coming with 2 outs for Kansas City in the third. Find out about more than 30 Toyota offers available now at buyatoyota.com.
We ought to go back and listen to the audio for those 2 hits by Francoeur. The one hollow one that hit the double where he shattered his bat, and then the crack of that 3-run homer. Boy, 2 different sounds. I'm going to talk about sounds of the game.
And definitely not the sounds of silence.
No.
Caught the inside corner. You could see Santana jumped inside. I don't think that's where Seddon wanted that pitch necessarily, but it caught the plate. Works out to his advantage. He's ahead 1-2. And Perez spoils that to stay alive. Seddon has thrown 20 pitches, and 16 of those have been strikes. So the nice thing is he's come in, he's been aggressive.
Well, that's his style, and that's the way he has to pitch to be successful. He knows that. And sometimes easier said than done. He's not out there getting a lot of work or getting used to it, but he has the opportunity. He's got to go out there and do that every time out if he wants to open some eyes up.
Gets his first strikeout as he freezes Perez with the curveball. All right, here's the 2 swings. Sound up.
All right, listen. A weird sound, but it was a line drive double. Oh,
that's the way it's supposed to sound.
Yeah, that's a man. That's the sound that leaves a yard. That's barreling up. Boy, those are the guys in that. They don't take long, do they? You ask for something, it's right there. They're on top of their game.
First one sounded like clunk, and the second one was the proverbial crack.
These guys must have got some sleep last night.
For a change. Lonnie Chisenhall in foul ground makes the catch. Royals go 1-2-3 for the first time tonight.
right there. Old school hockey. 6-1 Royals, bottom of the fifth here at Progressive Field. And the Indians will send Jason Kipnis, Carlos Santana, and Lonnie Chisenhall to the plate. Nate Adcock, 2 scoreless innings of relief. He's given up a hit. He's walked 1 and struck out 2. Breaking ball for a strike. To second base, and Abreu will throw him out, 1 away. Carlos Santana walked in the first, struck out his last time up. Man, a first pitch strike. Oh, and 2 the count. Swung on and missed, and Santana, a strikeout victim, 2 down. Third strikeout for Adcock. 2 down here in the fifth. That'll bring up Lonnie Chisenhall. Drove in the Indians' only run in the first with an RBI double. And he takes a strike.
Tell you what, Adcock's doing a good job throwing strikes, too. He's pounding it and getting ahead of them early.
Talk about finding your rhythm. Wow. He strikes out 2 in a row. And the Indians go 1, 2, 3. 5 complete. 6-1 Kansas City. Wahoo Bucks $5 discount coupons for the Subway Extreme Fan Zone to an upcoming home game. It's the place to be for a chance to win Subway gift cards, Indians fun money, and get great discounts on your next Subway purchase. Subway, where winners eat.
Sixth inning, bottom third of the Kansas City order coming up. Activity in the Tribe bullpen as Chris Seddon will begin his third inning of relief work. Chris has retired 4 straight. Jeff Francoeur, the 3-run homer, his last time up. Out of play. Bouncer to first, and Casey Kochman will take it to the bag himself.
Kanzler.
I'm sorry. Boy, you know, you get so used to a guy being there every day.
I know it.
One down, and Brian Pena coming up. All right, trivia question. 3 consecutive seasons of 30 saves. How about Jonesy?
Change-up master? He had a change-up off his change-up to throw one off his change-up.
You know, I was trying to think back, Rick. I remember Mesa had that terrific run, 95, 96, 97. But 97, I'm not sure why he didn't have that many saves. He only had like 16, 17 saves that year. I don't know, it was just one of those years.
Well, it wasn't the magical year, I know, like it was.
I mean, he pitched in a lot of games. I went back and looked at his numbers, and he pitched in like 60-some-odd games that year. But maybe there just weren't a lot of save situations, you know. Maybe one of those deals where.
You know, I don't remember. Didn't he get suspended early one year? I'd have to sit back. I know it.
Pitch is outside to Tony Abreu. 0 for 2 on the night. Because he would have been the logical answer to that question.
Right.
Fly ball to left. Good work for Chris Seddon. He's retired 7 in a row, and he sets him down in order on 8 pitches here in the 6th. Bottom of the 6th inning. Russ Kanzler, Travis Hafner, Brent Lillibridge due for the Indians. And Nate Adcock goes to the outside corner for strike 1. Cuts and misses. Way outside. Almost chased after it, but able to hold up. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kanzler strikes out. Well, that's 3 straight Ks for Adcock, and he's fanned 5.
Yeah, he has locked it in, hasn't he? Well, you can take advantage of the brand new customizable season ticket holder benefits package. It's called Tribe Rewards. You can spend points on experiences like throwing out a first pitch or attending a pregame press conference. If you would like more information, you can call 216-420-HITS. "15 of his last 17 pitches have been strikes, and he drilled
Hafner. Yeah, he's been like laser locked in. But Hafner gets a little rib shot. Brent Lillibridge, 2 for 2, couple of singles, couple of stolen bases on the night. Now the count 2-0. There's a called strike. And it's now 2-1 for Brent Lillibridge. Chops that one foul. Baltimore, Boston tied 3-3 there in the 6th at Camden Yards. The Orioles need to win to move into a first-place tie with New York in the AL East. Yankees beaten earlier today by Toronto 3-2. Baltimore's kind of like Oakland. They're having that magical type season. Oakland came from behind to beat Seattle in extra innings this afternoon. They got a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 9th to tie it, and a 3-run homer in the 11th to win it over Seattle. And Oakland finds themselves with 2.5 games back in Texas.
Let's say it stays where it's at, and the Yankees win the East. Let's just say, and Texas wins the West. That means Oakland and Baltimore get 1 game.
Yeah, one of them's going home.
And one of them, you get 1 game to play, and the loser goes home. Then the winner goes on and plays probably the Rangers.
Lillibridge strikes out, and Adcock just keeps mowing him down. That is 6 strikeouts. And the last 4 outs he's recorded have all come via the K. Well, to me, that's the great thing about the current playoff race with the new format. Because in years past, it wouldn't matter to New York or Baltimore or Oakland or Texas. As long as you get in, no big deal. One way or the other, you're in, you're in. But now, because of the new format, now the premium is on winning the division.
True. Yeah, you don't want to.
You don't want that one-game playoff because of.
No, sir.
If something goes wrong, you're done. So for Baltimore and New York, in a really tight race there, they're both gunning to win that division. And even though Oakland may be more of a long shot because Texas has the 2.5 game lead right now. Line drive, base hit by Thomas Neal. Hafner will stop at second. And the Indians have 2 on with 2 out as Neal gets his first hit of the game and just a 4th hit for the Tribe here tonight.
Only the 2nd hit given up by Adcock, and Neal just throws the head out there on a slider down and away and hit a line drive right over the head of Falou. That goes into left field. So a 2-out base hit. That'll give a chance to Carrera.
Two on, 2 out. Ezekiel Carrera, 0 for 2 twice. He's grounded to second base. And he takes low, ball 1. Little squiver back to them. Oh, it's misplayed by Adcock. He recovers, throws it away. Scoring is Hafner. Coming around third, Thomas Neal's going to get the stop sign. Going to second is Carrera. Oh, you have to be kidding me. A bare hand grab and a tag, but McClellan calls him safe. I think that was a sensational play by Falou, who grabbed it with the bare hand and still applied the tag. But Tim McClellan is telling Ned Yost he didn't get the tag on Carrera before Zeke got his hand on the base. Wow.
Holy smokes. I mean, you can't get thrown out. He should have fielded the ball first of all, then throws wildly. He didn't have a chance. Now Carrera takes his time, and watch the barehanded play here.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really was a terrific play. Barehanded. And I give him credit. He did get the hand in there. That was a correct call. That was a correct call. He did everything in his power to get it. Bare hands it, so that'll go as an error all the way. 2 errors.
Francisco Bueno warming up. So an error on the field and then an error on the throw. 2 errors? Is he telling us 2 errors? We've got a timeout. Kansas City's going to the bullpen. Indians are on the board. They've got 2 in scoring position here in the 6th. Kansas City, but watch this bare hand grab one more time.
Who needs a glove? Carrera did get the hand in, but that is a terrific play by Falou right there. He's covering. It was nowhere near his glove hand, and he knew he was coming in, and he had to make a quick play. And Carrera's lucky. I mean, that's a 6-2 game now that he was able to get into scoring position. So that's going to do it for Adcock, who did a terrific job until he blew his own play. Could have been out of the inning. He just didn't catch it.
Yeah, he misplayed it and then threw it away, so he committed two
Double
errors
error
on one play. And Francisli Bueno, for the 17th time, coming on to face Shin-Soo Choo, who, as we pointed out last night, has done a much, much better job against left-handed pitchers. The last check, he was 7 for his last 16 against lefties. I'm not sure I updated that, but.
Well, I noticed that this guy goes into that split grip before he puts it in the glove, if you watch him. Well, a couple of big runs, base hit, they're right back in it.
This would be huge right here.
Yes, it would. They let the inning continue, see if the Indians can take advantage of it.
Well, it was the Royals who had all of the 2-out hits in their big inning tonight. The Indians looking for one big 2-out hit to try and make it a game again. Chopper to first, Butler, the flip, and that will end the inning. Indians get a run back, but they're down 6-2 as we go to the 7th.
They have those classic combo deals for you. The hot dog classic, you get a hot dog, popcorn, and a Pepsi, or the brat classic, you get a brat and a 12-ounce beer just for $8. Make sure to check it out when you're out here at the ballpark. And then don't forget, spring training is just around the corner, and the Indians have a travel package that fits your schedule, whether it's you want to come out to Arizona for the weekend or an all-inclusive spring training deal with a player meet and greet. They've got it for you. Log on to Indians.com/spring right now. Matt, Rick, back up to you guys.
(6-2) Kansas City, and now Tony Sipp coming on for the Tribe. Chris Seddon did a heck of a job tonight. Went 3 scoreless innings, gave up 1 hit.
Yes, he
struck
did.
out a batter.
Threw the ball well and pounded the strike zone.
David Lowe, 1 for 3 on the night, takes a strike. Yeah, you talk about pounding the strike zone. Chris Seddon made 31 pitches, 25 were strikes.
That's a good day. Well, it's been the 1 inning for Kansas City, and that was definitely the third. 2 out, nobody on. They ended up scoring 6 runs. on 5 hits.
Fly ball to center field. Back goes Carrera. And that's out number 1. Irving Falou, couple of hits tonight and a run scored. Missed inside. 1-1. Bunt. Fielded by Sip. Fires a laser to first to get him. 2 down. Tony Sip, a former college outfielder, shows his athleticism on that play. Our highlight reel brought to you by your Northeast Ohio Ford dealers, and this is not really a highlight reel for Genmar Gomez. High, is where the pitches were.
Right. Yeah,
And,
high is
and
right.
light is what the hitter's eyes did. They lit up when they saw him.
Bad location. Everything up in the zone tonight for him, and they took advantage of it. We saw that coming early.
Alex Gordon, 2 walks tonight, scored a run.
Right off the glove. This is right down the middle. Must be a hole in that glove.
And so because he didn't catch it, he called it a ball.
That was right down the middle.
Did he? He must have called it a ball, though, huh?
Well, he did.
Well, I guess that's what.
You don't catch it, it goes off my body, it's a ball.
I guess so.
That was right down the middle.
Gordon out in front. Sends that one into the seats. I tell you what, that was a nice gesture right there. There's a fan in the front row behind the Royals dugout. He tried to make the play. That ball skipped off the top of the dugout, hit him right on the knee. And then the ball carrying back out onto the field. And the Royals' first base coach must have saw it because he turned and flipped it to the guy.
Yeah, that's nice.
So he's no worse for the wear. He's all right. He's hanging in there. At least he got the ball.
Yeah, it went off my knee.
I'm okay, though. Don't worry about it.
Put your phone away.
Gordon wraps it foul again. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the 7th. And Tony Sip delivers. Gordon fouls it away again. Eighth pitch of the at-bat for Alex Gordon. In the air to center. And Carrera makes the catch. Tony Sip works a 1-2-3 inning. That's 10 in a row set down by Indians pitching. All right, we've reached the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by the Cleveland Clinic and the free walking program Let's Move It. Mondays at Progressive Field and the Metro Park Zoo. Visit letsmoveit.org for more information.
Francis Lee Bueno, who got the final out of the 6th, will stay on to work the 7th. Kipnis, Santana, and Chisenhall due up for the Tribe. A little too tall for that one. Ball 1. Kipnis lines one towards center. David Lowe comes busting in to make the catch. One away. Boy, he got a great read off the bat and a good aggressive play.
Sure did. Got a good jump. That's the key to getting that, not misreading that ball off the end of the bat with a swing. A lot of times you can freeze as an outfielder. You can see he's off and running and, makes the catch pretty easily. Thought he was going to have to come in, maybe dive for it, but he catches it and then goes into the slide.
One away for Santana, 0 for 2 on the night. He has walked and struck out twice. Two and 0 the count. Old Tapper back to the mound. 2 away. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And Adcock was just what the doctor ordered for Kansas City after Jake Odorizzi lasted just 2 innings tonight. He went 3 2/3, struck out 6. And if not for his own error, would have pitched scoreless baseball, but he ends up allowing one unearned run due to his own
string
miscue.
of striking out 3 in a row. Then he hit Hafner and got one more strikeout, so he was on a roll there. And then just panicked a little bit and tried to rush it along when he made the double error. But they were able to get through it.
Chisenhall lines one deep to left. Gordon on the move. Makes the catch. Again, the Indians are retired in order and will go to the 8th, 6-2 KC.
Game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Eighth inning, Frank Herman coming on to pitch now for the Tribe, making his 13th appearance.
Zip came on for an inning. Had a 1-2-3 inning. So actually, after Gomez left, the bullpen has settled down. Seddon pitched 3 very good innings. Zip came up for 1. Now it's Herman's turn.
Big curveball misses. Activity in the Royals pen. Down on the dirt, 2-1. Bangs it to third. It's a fair ball. And Lonnie Chisenhall guns it over. 1 away. Let's go back to the Hyundai Studios right now. Dave Chudowski has another in-game update for us.
Matt, Boston at Baltimore. 3-3 in the 7th. Manny Machado. This line drive is out of here. 4-3. Baltimore leads now in the 8th. If the Orioles win, they're tied for the Yankees for first. Can you believe it?
Well, Dave, those Orioles just refuse to go away, and they have been in the Yankees' rearview mirror for much of the season. And they were tied for first, and they fell back a game or two. But give Buck Showalter and his crew a lot of credit.
They have had over a 20-game turnaround this year from last. That is not an easy thing to do, especially playing in that division.
In for a strike. Tell you, the team that really can't seem to catch a break, so to speak, is Tampa. I mean, they've been playing good baseball. They did have that one stretch where I think was
8 out of 11.
They get swept somewhere. They didn't play good.
They lost 8 out of 11.
You kind of let it slip a little bit from them, but they're 4 games out in the division, 3 out in the wild card. But time's running out on them now.
Yeah, it gets down there. It's tough to make unless you're playing the team right in front of you. You know, and you've got to hope and depend on win every game, and teams have to lose it, and tough to do at this time of year with only 4 remaining.
Now a full count. Herman's payoff pitch in the hole. A base hit for Salvador Perez. And a one-out base runner now for Kansas City. In-game box score brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers, who invite you to see the all-new 2012 Sonata. Visit NorthernOhioHyundaiDealers.com today. Irving Falou with a double and a couple of hits on the night. Mike Moustakas drove in a pair. Jeff Francoeur, a 3-run homer. All the damage for Kansas City tonight came in one inning. There were 2 outs, nobody on base. 6 straight Royals came to the plate, and the next 6 all scored. Tuesday, November 13th, Our Lady of the Wayside will honor local radio personality John Lanigan and former chairman of Our Lady of the Wayside, Tom Cutter. Tickets to honor those who embrace the spirit of giving are $100. Visit thewayside.org for more information. Moustakas cuts and misses, and the count 1-2. Moustakas a swing and a miss, and we've got 2 down in the 8th. Now coming up is Jeff Francoeur. 2 hits on the night. His shattered bat double in the second, and then his 3-run blast that capped that 6-run third inning. Good fastball strike from Frank Herman. Missed low. 2 balls and a strike. Goes back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, a runner at first here in the 8th. And the Royals with a comfortable 6-2 lead at this point. Swung on and missed, and Frank Herman strikes out Francoeur to end the inning. Middle of the 8th, 6-2 Kansas City.
6-2 Kansas City. Aaron Crow coming on after Francisli Bueno went an inning and a third scoreless. Perfect relief.
Well, he's going to come on to face pinch hitter Casey Kochman. Coming out here in the bottom of the 8th, Alomar is going to pinch hit for Kanzler. Down 4 runs, so they're going to have to get something rolling here in a hurry.
Kochman takes a strike. Out of play. Casey Kochman on the year, 2 for 8 as a pinch hitter for the Indians. One hop smash to short. Irving Falou throws him out, 1 away. Every home run hit by the Indians this year means Rick and I will donate $5 each to the Gathering Place, while Great Clips donates $50. Our season total, just shy of $8 grand. Great needs, great deeds. Great Clips. Travis Hafner 0 for 2 was hit by a pitch, came around and scored the Indians' last run in the 6th. Sandy Alomar's troops came out last night, knocked the cover off the baseball as the Indians scored 8 runs on 16 hits. But tonight, Kansas City, in what is commonly referred to as a staff game this time of year, has done a number on the Indians' offense. 4 Royals pitchers have limited the Indians to just 4 hits. And Hafner will draw the 1-out walk.
Well, it's the last thing you want to do is start walking guys, and Lillibridge is going to come back. Is this Cabrera?
It is Asdrubal Cabrera.
All right, so he's coming out to hit.
So Cabrera, as you see Collins just getting up in the KC bullpen, the left-hander. Cabrera, who's been dinged up with a wrist and a back issue, will come on to hit as Jason Donnell will pinch run for Hafner.
All right, Cabrera going to get a chance to hit here.
Asdrubal, a .271 hitter on the year.
His first pinch hit opportunity of the year.
Yeah, the days off for Cabrera few and far between during the season. So when he does get a day off, they don't use him as a pinch hitter.
But, you know, the injury now, he had wrist problems in the back, right?
Yeah.
Something in the back. He left that game in Chicago.
Yeah, it was his first at bat. Remember, he
was
running down the line. Looked like he was wincing.
So good enough to pinch hit. This is the first time that Donald has played since he was hit with that pitch by Justin Verlander, I think on the 14th of September, a while back. Well, you see where he's sitting. That ball just a hair low, if anything.
Time was called by the home plate umpire. Two balls, two strikes, with a runner at first and one out here in the bottom of the 8th. Ned Yost trying to steer his team into the win column after dropping 6 straight. Cabrera strikes out, 2 away.
And one more pinch hitter. Looks like Michael Brantley coming out of the dugout, who hasn't played in a while.
Well, the good news is, Rick, if these guys are coming up to pinch hit, that would indicate to me that these two guys will be in the lineup perhaps tomorrow.
Well, you would hope so. You would certainly hope so. So Brantley's going to get an at-bat here.
Brantley takes a strike. We highlighted Michael in our pregame open today in the season that he has had. He's done a terrific job. Been one of the Indians' most, if not their most consistent performers of the year. And he just blisters one inside the bag at third. Donald around second on his way to third base. Brantley keeps on running because the throw went to third.
Yeah.
And Michael alertly takes second base.
You know, that was a mistake on Gordon. You weren't going to get the guy with 2 outs going to third base, so he decided to throw it there. That's when Michael kicked it back into gear. He watched where the ball was being thrown. He was going to hold up at first base if he happens to go to second, but he did not. He'll have a little hesitation and a little wait before he kicks it in gear because he picked it up where the ball was going to go. You know, with that lead, just go and give the force out at second base, even though there's 2 outs. But no, he decided to throw it in towards home. Watch Michael stop. And then he picked up the baseball where it was going and then cruises to second base.
So they'll give him credit for a single, and then he'll go to second on the throw by Gordon. So another opportunity for the Indians with a 2-out hit to score a couple of runs. They haven't been able to cash in tonight. Chu was up with second and third and 2 down in the 6th, but he grounded out to end that inning. It's just been one of those nights where after the runs seemed to come so easy for them in last night's game, tonight situationally they have not swung the bat well. They have not been able to execute. Tribe 0 for their last 9 tonight with a runner in scoring position.
Well, that's been their Achilles heel all second half. is hitting with runners in scoring position.
A little bit outside, 3-0. And Shin-Soo Choo waiting on deck. If Crow walks Carrera, we'll see Tim Collins.
Well, and we'll see the tying run coming to the plate, too. And we will.
4. The bases are loaded. And with 2 down, Shin-Soo Choo coming up. Here comes Ned Yost. And we've got a timeout here at Progressive Field. Kansas City holding a 6-2 lead. But Shin-Soo Choo will be representing the tying run at the plate. And Ned Yost will go to his left-hander, Tim Collins, when we come back. With 2 outs, and Shin-Soo Choo coming to the plate. Left-hander Tim Collins, 70 appearances on the year, 5-4, 3.39 ERA.
The Indians have had good luck against this guy. You know, since last year, remember he was coming out of that Kansas City pen. He was the only left-hander they had at the time. So we did see him, it seems like, every game. This guy was coming in to face at least one left-hander, if not more. But they've had their good fortunes against him. He's got a good curveball. He has good stuff. So now base hit, make it interesting. Or if you want to leave the yard, you can tie it up right now. Take your pick.
Here we go. Collins sets. He fires. And Choo looks, it's outside, ball 1. Choo with a base hit into right field. That's going to score Donald. Here comes Brantley. Into third goes Carrera. Shin-Soo Choo with a 2-out, 2-run single. It's a 2-run game.
Now it's interesting. Big job, big hit by Choo. Got a ball that he liked. Hit it in the hole. A 2-run, 2-out single. And he got the fastball. Makes it a 6-4 ball game. And the inning continues with the tying runs now on base. So back come the Indians. Crow with the 2 walks in that inning certainly helped. Now a couple of base hits, and back come the Indians. There's their closer, Greg Holland, up now. And there's 2 outs, bottom half of the 8th inning.
Well, Jason Kipnis is the batter, 0 for 3 tonight. Walked and scored a run way back in the first. Kipnis with potentially his last chance to keep his hitting streak alive. He's hit in 10 straight games. And what an opportunity for him now.
High pop, foul, slicing, out of play.
This is the 9th time this year that Collins has been in against the Indians. And he has pitched in 12 innings, given up 10 hits, 5 earned runs. But those runs that scored there were charged to Crow.
Now the set of the 0-1. Up high with the off-speed pitch. And the count evens at 1-1.
Kipnis, we talk about a little bit of success. There it is. 3 for 7 with a dinger.
Good 93-mile-an-hour fastball by him. And
yeah.
Now Collins ahead 1-2.
Up above the belt. I mean, he elevated it and made it tough to catch up to. See, he's been calling the high strike tonight to begin with, but that pitch right there, you see it so well, and you want to get after that left-hander, but he had just a little too much mustard on it.
And he strikes him out. That'll end the inning. Indians get 2. They're within 2. 6-4 as we go to the 9th. Ninth inning. Indians down 6-4. Let's start with the new pitcher. It will be Esmiel Rogers. His 42nd appearance of the year, 3-1, a 2.49 ERA. He'll be facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Kansas City. Defensively now for the Indians, Casey Kochman has come on, and he's at first base as Drupal Cabrera takes over at short. Michael Brantley is in center, and Ezekiel Carrera goes over to left.
Well, the Indians back into it now. They need a 1, 2, 3 or a 0 on the board for this inning. And then they're going to have to do it probably against their closer, Greg Holland.
It's a final in Baltimore. The Orioles beat Boston 4-3. They're tied with the Yankees atop the AL East, and Jim Johnson saved his 49th game of the season for the Orioles.
What a year. Bullpen.
Yeah.
You talk about Baltimore, you have to talk about their bullpen.
Brian Pena takes a strike from Rogers.
1 ball, 1 strike. Bouncer toward second. And Jason Kipnis throws him out, 1 away. Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care postgame show comes your way after we wrap things up here tonight. Stick around for that. Well, the AL East, Baltimore and New York tied. New York, we know, finishes against the Red Sox.
And Tampa finished against Baltimore.
Ooh. Oof.
At Tampa.
Ooh. Tough. That's going to be tough for Baltimore. But the good news is, as bad as Boston has been, you know they'll love nothing better than to try to spoil it for the Yankees.
Baltimore did it to Boston last year on the last game of the year, if you can remember it. Remember, we were sitting on that plane coming home after it, and we saw the Yankees get beat by Tampa. So now it's Tampa and Baltimore going at it, and Boston and New York.
Red Sox have lost 4 straight. They're 1 loss away from their 90th defeat of the year. That's going to be an interesting scenario to watch unfold in the offseason in Boston. You know, what they do in terms of finding a new leader there.
Well, Bobby says he's going to be back. He quick pitched him. See that? He called it, and he called a balk.
He said it's an illegal pitch.
See, there's nobody on base, so he can go and throw it anywhere he wants. Watch, he called the balk. Yes, it is if there's a runner on base. You see, he just came up and went boom.
No. You're right. There was no time, was not out.
No, it was not out.
Time was not out. That's. I think Tim McClellan knows, too. The crew chief in center field is just standing there.
Well, what's this guy saying is what I want to know. He's saying he did. He can't do that. Why can't he do it? Nobody's on base. If the hitter's in the box and the ball's in play, he can throw it at any time he wants. There should be no reason why that's called a ball or a balk. For what? Don't understand it. He got the explanation. And it went for a ball. It's 2-2. I would like to hear that explanation.
Yeah, other than you can't do that. That was all we heard. Which, that's great, but where's that in the rule book? You can't do that.
It's MC Hammer. Can't touch this. Well, see, we have watched him do that over the last week or two where he quick pitches hitters.
When with nobody on
base.
base.
Yeah, I mean, he comes set. And, I mean, we've been watching him do it. This time he really quick pitched him, but I didn't see time called anywhere, nothing. Everything was in play. Love to hear the explanation.
Ground ball to short. Cabrera throws him out. 2 down. Well, top of the order, David Lowe. 1 for 4 tonight. Strike 1 from Rogers. Comes right back again. It's 0-2.
Threw a little quick pitch there.
He's doing it. Yeah, he
did it right there.
I'm like you. I want to know what did the umpire say other than he can't do that.
How come there it was again? How come there wasn't a ball there? He came right from here, from his hip.
Yeah. Well, like you said, Rick, with nobody on base, you don't have to.
No, you can go in any stretch, any windup you want. There's no time frame.
Missed outside. Once you step in the box, it's on you to be ready.
In play.
Slow chopper hit to second. Kipnis fires, inning over. Rogers retires the Royals 1-2-3. And we go to the bottom of the ninth. Drive down a couple. Explanation from Toby Bassner, and whatever the home plate umpire is telling him, he's not buying.
Sandy's telling him, you go out and check that rule book. I guarantee he's telling him, you go check it out, and you'll see. And you watch tomorrow. I want to see if he takes the lineup card out just for that purpose. Well, I don't know. I didn't think there was anything wrong. He did it about 5 or 6 times after he did it the one time he called the ball as well. And as he was walking off, Rogers went and talked to him too.
Yeah.
So we'll see. They didn't score. No big deal. Greg Holland on for Kansas City. Looking for save number 16. He's done a nice job for them in this role. They traded Jonathan Broxton over to Cincinnati. Well, obviously nobody in that dugout agrees with it. But right now it's a moot point, and they need a couple of runs to keep playing. 2 to keep
Santana
playing and 3 to go home.
We'll lead it off for the Indians. 0 for 3 on the night. And he takes ball 1. Tuno. Now Holland looking for a strike. Misses again. 3 balls.
Yeah,
no
how
strikes.
about that? Get that first man aboard. Get that base runner. Bring the tying run to the plate. Chisenhall on deck.
Ball 4.
How about that?
And
4
the
straight.
Tying run will come to the plate here in the bottom of the 9th for the Indians. And it will be Lonnie Chisenhall
who was 1 for 3 tonight, an RBI double back in the first for Chiz. Royals outfield straight up and deep.
Well, you got to take one here.
He pops it up. It might get down. It will get down.
Oh, boy.
A base hit. Santana stops at second. The Indians catch a break there as Chisenhall bloops one over the head of the third baseman, Moustakas.
Well, a situation I'm feeling he's got to take a strike. He hasn't thrown one yet. So he throws him an inside heater. And Chisenhall just gets enough of it to bloop it over the head of Moustakas. It got in on him. I thought he blooped it into the infield, but he got enough of it to get over the head, and now they have the first two aboard. And Kochman coming to the plate.
Casey Kochman grounded out his only time up as a pinch hitter. Indians with a deficit of 2 runs here in the bottom of the ninth. Cord Phelps has moved to the on-deck circle. He'll pinch hit for Jason Donald, who came on as a pinch runner for Travis Hafner. Royals looking for a bunt. They pinch in. Kochman lines it foul out of play.
Yeah, they were pinching in looking for a bunt, and no siree. He got after that first pitch.
Holland, and now Kochman squares. He bunts at first base side.
Nice.
Well done. Butler will tag him out.
He gave him that first pitch thinking he was going to get a fastball, let him swing, and then put the sacrifice on, and Kochman does a nice job. He forced Butler to come in, and Butler's not what you would call a good first baseman, so he forces him to field it, and all he's going to do is tag him. That's a good job by Casey Kochman. Now you've got the tying run on second base.
And now Cord Phelps pinch hitting here. Phelps had a good night swinging the bat last night. He went 3 for 5 in the ball game. Now can he deliver coming off the bench here in the bottom of the ninth? And he takes a strike from Greg Holland. Phelps swinging for the downs. Foul tipped it 0-2. Well, he was trying to win it with one swing of the bat right here. Now he's down on the count 0-2. And he strikes out. 2 away. It will leave it up to Asdrubal Cabrera, who struck out in his only at bat back in the 8th inning.
Yeah, good slider. Came back and he saw a steady dose of breaking balls after he got up there. He started him off strike one with a slider. That's a good one. The bottom dropped out of it, and that ball disappears, and Phelps will walk back as out number 2.
Holland sets. And it's outside for ball 1. Almost hit him with it. And now the count 2-0.
Oh, boy.
Almost grazed his hip.
Tried to climb in his back pocket, and I don't know how he got out of the way.
Holland 12 pitches in this 9th inning. 6 balls, 6 strikes. He's behind Cabrera 2-0 with runners at second and third and 2 down. And Asdrubal doesn't like the call, but it's strike 1.
Well, he's called this all night long. Yes, he has. We've witnessed it. He's called it all night. We mentioned it earlier in the game. It may not be a strike for most guys, but it is tonight.
High pop near the seats, and it will get out of play. So 2 down, 2 aboard, and a 2-2 count for Asdrubal Cabrera as Perez goes out to talk with Holland. Game hanging in the balance right here in the last of the 9th. The Indians fell behind 6-1 after the 3rd inning. They had 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th, and now threatening here in the 9th. And he chops it foul. Cabrera staying alive. Should Cabrera reach, with the game not ending, Michael Brantley would be next. Holland ready. The 2-2. And a good block by Perez to keep that one in front of him. Now a full count. If you're Cabrera, you got to figure he's going to throw me a fastball in this situation, even with first base
you
open.
think that, but you don't have to, man. He can throw that good slider he's got. He could. I mean, you just never know. There it was.
Broke his bat. It's going to drop. The Indians will tie the game. And Cabrera's on his way to second as the ball skips by. And the winning run now in scoring position. Asdrubal Cabrera with a broken bat, 2-run double. And the Indians have tied it at 6. We'll see how they score it. Nobody touched it. It almost looked as though Frank Cord gave up on it once it landed. And then David Lowe had to go chase it down.
He wanted to dive for that ball is what he wanted to do. It's going to go as a double. He wanted to dive for it, but then he realized he wasn't going to get there. It was the slider. He broke his bat. He just got enough of it to get it into the outfield. And we have a new game, and they're going to walk, it looks like, Brantley and go to Carrera. Well, you got to have time out here. I mean, guy's not even in the batter's box, and they're trying to throw it.
So Brantley will be intentionally walked with Ezekiel Carrera waiting on deck. So Greg Holland suffering the blown save here in the 9th inning as the Indians have come back from a 6-1 deficit to tie the game. And now Carrera with a chance to win it with a base hit.
Carrera. 0 for 3 tonight. Looks at ball one down low. The Royals outfield shortened up, particularly in left and in center. And they shade Carrera the opposite way. And a 97-mile-an-hour fastball misses. It's 2-0. He didn't offer, and it's ball 3 with Shin-Soo Choo waiting on deck. Ball 4, the bases are loaded. So after the intentional walk to Brantley, Holland can't throw Carrera a strike. And now they're loaded up with 2 down and a chance for Choo to be the hero as Dave Island will go to the mound to talk with Holland.
Wow, he has walked 3 in the inning, given up 2 hits, and he is all over the place. He was doing a nice job. This inning has gotten away from him, but the Indians, they are just 1 hit away or a walk to ending this one on a big comeback.
Think about this too, Rick. The Royals scored all 6 of their runs in that inning,
right,
with 2 outs. The last 5 runs the Indians have scored have all come with 2 outs. So they've answered back.
It's been one of those days.
Now we'll see if Choo can send everybody home happy here tonight. Save the few lonely Royal fans here. Holland delivers. And Choo takes it in the dirt. And Perez pounced on it quickly as Cabrera made an initial bolt down the line, but put the brakes on quickly. Cabrera aggressive, he's got to take a look once it gets in the dirt. You've got to look. Perez got just enough of it, though, to keep it from getting that far away. And Asdrubal quickly slammed on the brakes. Got to wonder about the confidence of Holland right now, who's in a bases-loaded 2-out jam. Choo with a line drive to center field, but Lowe is there to make the catch. And we've got extra innings tonight as the Indians come back with 2 in the 9th to tie it at 6. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side.
6-6 ball game now, 10th inning. And Vinny Pistano will be facing Irving Falou, Alex Gordon, and Billy Butler. Pistano for the 68th time this year.
Well, you go 2 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th on him after being down 6-2, and you got bonus baseball tonight. A nice comeback. You know, I don't know. I gotta go back and think, but think about it. Down 6-0 after 3.
6-1.
After 3.
Yeah, we scored first.
That's right. That's right. It was 1-0 early.
It's got to be one of our biggest comebacks of the year.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Down 5. And I'll tell you what helped them come back. They've had 3 walks come around to score tonight and a hit batter. Well, 4 of those guys, 2 base hits scored, but the 3 walks and a hit batter scored for the Indians.
Well, the biggest deficit was actually, way back. April 17th. Indians were down 8-1 to Seattle in the 4th inning. So you got to go all the way back to April.
Well, that's probably why it was erased from my mind.
Seemed like another year ago, didn't it?
It was.
Pistano delivers, and Falou
bounces
that? One. Nice pick by Chisenhall for out number 1.
Very nice pick. Tell you what, on the run, going to his left, and that he's got the glove down, and watch it all in one motion. That's a nice pick. Not an easy one, you know, and if you go down there and you miss it, you say, oh, my gosh, try and get in front. That's one of those plays that you either make it or you don't. He made it. You say, great play.
Alex Gordon 0 for 2. He's walked twice, scored a run. And Pistano delivers a strike. One ball, one strike. Broken bat right back to the mound, and Pistano throws him out, 2 down. Billy Butler, 1 for 4 tonight, drove in a run and scored back in the 3rd. Three for 8 in the series for Butler as he takes outside ball 1. Now the 1-0. High foul, out of play. The Indians bullpen has come on and done a nice job in relief tonight. 2 for 22. The Royals hitters are. And the Indians bullpen has not walked a batter. Chris Seddon, 3 innings, allowed 1 hit. Tony Sipp, a perfect inning. Frank Herman, 2 innings, allowed just 1 hit. Rogers, a perfect inning. Now Pistano.
Yeah, story of the game. You can't come back in games like that when you're down unless that bullpen shuts you down, and it's exactly what the Indians bullpen has done. They were able to peck away and, just keep playing, and here we are in the extras.
Two count. Santana wants to go out and make sure he and Pistano are on the same page here. All right, so here we go.
The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Pastano strikes out Butler, who fires his bat to the ground in frustration. This Indians bullpen dominating KC tonight. Now for Kansas City. And the left-hander will be facing Jason Kipnis, Carlos Santana, and Lonnie Chisenhall. And if you joined us late or just tuned in, the Indians struck first with an RBI double by Lonnie Chisenhall in the first. Then it went south in the third when the Royals scored 6 runs, all with 2 outs after there were nobody on base. And they were in command. But then the Indians got a run in the 6th. A 2-out, 2-run single from Chu in the 8th. And then a 2-out, 2-run double by Asdrubal Cabrera in the 9th. And we are tied now, bottom of the 10th. The Indians' bullpen has been just lights out tonight. Indians' bullpen has gone 7 innings of 2-hit shutout baseball.
Yeah, how about this? 72% strikes from that bullpen, man. 94 pitches, 68 strikes from those guys. They've done a terrific job. Great job. See if they can get one here and end it.
Jason Kipnis, 0 for 4.
I guess this has been the game of 2 outs, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. I mean, that's been the order of the night scoring-wise in this game. Pop back out of play. Way outside. That almost eluded Perez, who's got a pretty wide wingspan. He can stop a lot of pitches that don't go where they're intended. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Trying to throw that ball from the wayside. He's throwing it from second base, trying to get him to chase out of the zone, but nowhere close on those sidearm pitches. That one was a pretty good one.
Right on the line for out number 1. Six on the score. Carlos Santana will be the batter. He's walked twice, scored a run. He's also struck out twice, and he's tapped one back to the mound.
No, we just want to let you know that Teflon says the Royals have scored 6 2-out runs and the Indians have scored 5. Thank you, Teflon.
The 1-0. Thanks for listening, Tommy.
He's back there explaining himself to Gary. I just never heard what he said.
Oh, boy.
It's nice to have him back.
It is. It really is.
I think he thought it was halftime.
The 2-0 pitch is outside, 3-0. Meanwhile, poor Kreskin's sitting at home. Broke, can't make any money tonight.
He's already made out about 4 notes for us. All lottery numbers, but
Hottovy behind 3-0. And that's called a strike.
no. All right. Carlos still down 3-1. Look for something you can drive. He's giving you a chance. 3-1. That pitch has been a ball all night long. He hasn't called the low one. He's called the high one. That's a 3-0 token, so get one up. Ooh.
Ball 4.
Okay.
So Santana's walked for the 3rd time tonight. And Lonnie Chisenhall will be the batter. Now Ned Yost wants to know where that pitch was.
Well, that was the strike compared to the one before. That's been the strike all night long. The one before that has been a ball. 3-0 count, I figure he gave him the token strike, and who knows?
Chisenhall singled his last time up on a little bloop shot that landed over the head of Mike Moustakas, the third baseman, and kind of ignited that 9th inning rally for the Tribe. Perez trying to encourage his pitcher right here. Tommy Hottovy. Winning run at first for the Indians. 1-0 pitch to Chisenhall. And he tops it foul. Missed outside, 2 balls and a strike.
See if he can get a fastball here and plug the gap in right center like he did last night on a 3-2 pitch.
Lines it down the left field line. Foul!
Boy, not by much. You know, I don't know if that would have scored Santana. Probably not, because that's where Gordon's playing, but that would have been a thing of beauty. That didn't look like it missed the line by much. Put a good swing on the fastball. In fair territory, looking at slicing about a foot.
Oh, boy.
Well, he tried to get up out of the way. That was the attaboy. I told you it's tough to judge that ball right at you. It was for him.
Especially when you got a chair.
He had that pancake, the catcher's glove in his hand trying to. He did his job.
That's
That
right.
away. Get out of the way. He did a good job.
The 2-2. Popped back out of play.
He was not going to interfere with that baseball.
Hottovy ready with the 2-2. And another foul back by Lonnie. So Chisenhall hanging tough in this at-bat. Six, bottom of the 10th. Again, the 2-2. And again, it's fouled back.
Had a good swing at the breaking ball, though. He left him one there.
Rolled toward third. Moustakas' only play is at first. Close play, and he's punched out by the umpire, John Tumpane. 2 away. The winning run is now in scoring position.
Okay, here's where the action starts.
That's
2
right.
outs. This was bang, bang. It jammed him, and he had that one little shuffle. Wow. But he did. He got it over there and got it by a half a step. He was on his way down. So now the winning run is in scoring position.
Casey Kochman with a ground out and a sacrifice bunt so far tonight. He did not start, came on in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter. That's outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Should Kochman find a hole and get a base hit here, the key for Santana is that good secondary lead. Because these Royals outfielders, especially left and right, have phenomenal arms.
Yes, they do.
Fouled right back. Two down, winning run at second base. A 2-1 count for Casey Kochman. And a slow bouncer towards second. Abreu makes the play, and the inning is over. We'll go to the 11th, still tied at 6.
Presented by Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. And I think Gary just opened up a bag, and we're going to pass it out, man. There's
That's
some
the jerky
for you, Tommy. Tough one. You got some jerky. Captain, you get yours.
Well, 11th inning, and Cody Allen coming on now for the Indians.
There's Waldo.
Cody Allen, the 7th Indians pitcher to work here tonight. And he'll be facing Salvador Perez, Mike Moustakas, and Jeff Francoeur. And a breaking ball down low, 1-0. Perez 2 for 4 in the game, couple of singles and a run scored. Strike on the outside corner. Talking to some of the Royals broadcasters, and they were saying that Perez, for a young player, is really well respected by his teammates, and they feel like he's fast becoming a leader. He's the type of guy, when he walks into the room, has something to say, people stop, they listen.
Well, how good is that? Is when you have a young catcher that's going to, handle a pitching staff. Yeah, it's real good for a ball club to have somebody like that.
The 2-2.
Well, we'll get our look at him for years to come, then, if he's going to stay around, because he's going to be with Kansas City for a while. And next year, in our division, we'll play him 19 times. Everybody in your division for the 2013 schedule. We'll have 20 interleague games. So we'll get to see this guy a lot.
Cody trying to get him to chase. He wouldn't do it. Now a full count. Mike Moustakas waits on deck. And a fastball is hit high in the air, slicing out of play.
Into the seats.
Brought their gloves, put them to use. And Cody Allen walks the leadoff man.
It's the first walk by the bullpen for the Indians tonight. And it just happens to be a leadoff walk.
Going to get a pinch runner. Perez does not run well.
No, but this guy that's coming in does.
Dyson does.
Right. He sure does. That'll do it for the catcher. This guy will come on, and he's been known to go ahead and steal a base, even in this situation. So that'll take the bunt away with Moustakas up. Dyson, 29 stolen bases out of 34 attempts. And what he's in for is a very difficult thing to do. You've been sitting now for almost 4 hours. Not sitting, but you're stretching and you're getting loose. But you haven't been a part of the ball game, and you're out there, and they may ask you to steal a base if you can get a jump. That's hard to do.
Time was called, so the pitch doesn't count.
And that's what the pitcher's job is to upset that timing at first base with a guy that can run. Don't give him any set pattern that he can read, because he will, and he'll take off given the opportunity. Got him.
Hey, had him picked off big time.
And that's one thing you can't do. He gave him the old jelly leg up there. He picked him off. Nicely done. I don't know. You can't, say claim balk or complain. I don't know if his front leg caved in a little bit, but he was going. You can see, and he's picked off. Kochman just tags him. I'd love to have a camera. I couldn't see his front leg.
Move. It's just a quick.
It was a quick move. I didn't see the front leg, but he is picked off. That will not make your manager happy. But, now, like I said, that's not an easy thing to do.
One ball, one strike. Watch how quick Cody Allen's footwork is on this.
See, that's to me is a balk. It's a really borderline balk. If you watch his front knee, it caves in, and then he goes to first base. And as a base runner, sometimes you're looking at that front knee. From that view, it's tough to really critique it and go down, but he may have a legitimate beef as a base stealer. I mean, let's watch the front knee. If it bends, that's a balk. I'm telling you, that's a balk. His front leg started, and you've got to pick it up and go to the plate, but he stopped and he turned and he went to first base. He got away with one there.
As the saying goes, it's only a balk
well,
if they call
right.
it.
I agree.
Right, yeah.
I agree. That's all part of the game, and he got away with it. But if I'm Dyson and I see that, he's right. He was taken off, and that front leg bent before he came to first. That was good camera work, boys.
In the meantime, Cody Allen is now 3-2 to Mike Moustakas. He walked Perez on a 3-2 pitch. And now he's walked Moustakas. So he's not doing himself any favors.
Well, maybe he's going to pick this guy off too. But I don't think the Moose is going to run.
Jeff Francoeur doubled his first time up, then hit a 3-run homer that capped the Royals' 6-run third. He's grounded out, struck out since then. And Francoeur couldn't catch up to the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Fouled right back. It's 0-2. Cody Allen now a chance to put him away. Francoeur able to hold up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Earlier this afternoon, the White Sox were trampled at home by Tampa 10-4. Detroit won in Minnesota 6-4. So the Tigers hold a 2-game lead over Chicago in the Central going into tomorrow afternoon. The wild card races, Oakland, dramatic come from behind win at home against Seattle. Baltimore beating Boston by a run. And with that win, Baltimore moves into a first place tie in the East with New York. Strike 3 called. Cody Allen got Francoeur to simply stare and admire that one, and he's rung up for out number 2.
Well, it's a good fastball down and away. There it is, outside corner. Nicely placed. And not much you can do with it. He's hoping it's called a ball, but it is not.
Brian Pena 0 for 4 on the night. Outside for ball 1. Hit in the air to center field. And Michael Brantley will make the catch. So Cody Allen gets out of trouble here in the 11th. And we stay tied at 6. And Tommy Hotovy will stay on for a second inning of relief work. He'll be facing Cord Phelps as Drupal Cabrera and Michael Brantley and Adam Moore now in at catcher after they pinch ran for Salvador Perez. Cord Phelps struck out in his only at bat. He was a pinch hitter in the 9th. Takes outside, ball 1. Right back. 1 ball, 1 strike. This series wraps up tomorrow with a day game, 1 o'clock on Sports Time Ohio. Zach McAllister, Luke Hoshaver. As Phelps looks at a strike on the outside corner. The 1-2. Well, had a good cut, but fouls it straight back. And again, Cord Phelps stays alive with a 1-ball, 2-strike count here in the bottom of the 11th inning. We're here because the Indians were able to come from behind. They were down 6-1. And then rallied all of their rally runs, their last 5, all coming with 2 outs.
all 6 of Kansas City's runs scored in that third inning. There were 2 outs and nobody on base. And the next 6 guys consecutively all got up and scored. Another foul back. And Tommy Hotovy, this is the 5th batter that he's faced, and he's about to make his 30th pitch. This is the way the game started with Jake Odorizzi. And it's low. Remember, he was right around 30 or so pitches to the first 4 or 5 hitters he faced tonight.
He had 40-some pitches in the first inning, right? 42.
The 2-2. And what do you know? Another foul ball. This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Phelps trying to start this bottom of the 11th off with a bang. There's a fly ball, right field, Francoeur, 1 away. And now is Drupal Cabrera, who had the at-bat that tied the game back in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cabrera down in the count. He had 2 strikes on him, and he broke his bat, and actually the count ended up going to full. But then he threw him that slider, broke his bat, but he was able to bloop it into right field, scoring 2 runs. And the Indians would end up loading the bases with 2 outs in that inning, but Chu flied to center to end the inning and sent us on. And here we go.
Yeah, he was down to his last strike. This is the first time he played tonight, coming in to pinch hit, then going in at short since he left that ball game in Chicago. Well, watch it going off the end of the bat, just putting it in play. You could hear it. Went down, hit the slider, and Francoeur ran over there to try. I know he wanted to dive for that ball, but he realized he wasn't going to get there, so he didn't do it.
Carrera taking a shot right there, but it's 2-1 now. And now Hotovy evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good pitch. He was leaning out over the plate looking for something away.
Moore wants him to go in again.
Yeah, he did. Oh, caught a break maybe.
Full count. It was close. He almost wanted to chase after this pitch.
Yeah, I thought he held up. Yeah. Hands were out there, but he was able to hold it up. I thought he went around. He did not.
So with 1 out and the base is empty in the bottom of the 11th, game tied at 6. And Hotovy's 3-2 pitch. Hit in the air, deep left center field. Long run for Lowe. The center fielder is there, and he makes the catch. 2 away.
Little too much air underneath it.
Yep.
He was playing him over a little bit, and that was in the left center field. He was looking for that breaking ball, and he got it.
Michael Brantley will be the batter. Brantley singled and scored in the 8th. He was intentionally walked in the 9th and takes ball 1 outside. Brantley with a solid base hit to center field. Lowe playing deep, but still able to cut it and keep Michael to a single with 2 down.
There was a pitch away, stayed on it. See, he hangs in there so well against left-handers, and he just strokes it the other way. Nice. Nice swing. 2-out single.
Ezekiel Carrera has walked in each of his last 2 trips. And it's ball 1. Line to left field, down the line, fair ball into the corner. Gordon will cut it off. Brantley will get to third, but he'll have to stop there. Carrera with a 2-out double. And now the winning run 90 feet away.
Okay, the left-handers come up. Nice job of keeping that ball fair by Carrera. And also a nice job by Gordon. Playing that ball off the wall. If it gets by him, Brantley comes in to score. Watch how he plays it down in that corner. Not an easy thing to do. But he played it on the backhanded side. You see, they have a tough wall in Kansas City where it's rounded down there in the outfield. He played that ball pretty well. Brantley could just go in. He was running a little gingerly.
Well, I'm wondering how he's feeling.
Well,
he hasn't played the last several games with a groin injury.
Right, I was saying, Smitty's looking in. It wasn't full throttle for Michael. It looks okay.
Well, that's
He's smiling.
good. Yeah, that's a good sign.
But, it wasn't opened up full throttle. So with 2 outs, why not? The Indians could do it again.
Shin-Soo Choo. And that a 2-out, 2-run single in the 8th. He had a chance to win it in the 9th. He flied to center. Can he win it now in the 11th? And it's ball 1, low and outside. Fouled back, and the count 1-1.
Well, can the 3 lefties do it here? Brantley got it going, stayed on that pitch, got a base hit. Carrera.
Hottovy sets the 1-1. Caught the inside corner for a strike, and now he's 1 strike away from getting out of the inning.
Well, he saw that good swing on the outside part of the plate on his last one. He says, hey, that's too good of a swing. That's an excellent pitch. Inside corner. That'll keep him honest. Now he has to look for the whole 17 inches of that plate.
Chu with a bouncer towards second. Abreu has it and throws him out. So the Indians get 2 hits, but they leave him stranded. We'll go to the 12th, still knotted at 6. Indians. Barnes' last appearance was September 18th against Minnesota.
Well, we should have known better that it was going to be a bullpen game when both starters
checked out early.
Yeah. Odorizzi went 2, Gomez went 3. So you knew it was going to be in the hands of the bullpens, and we are going to see everybody in them tonight, it seems like.
Tony Abreu, 0 for 4 on the night. And a pitch outside for ball 1. Fouled back. 1-2 the count. Jason Bourgeois is moved to the on-deck circle to bat for David Lowe. Bounced it in there. 2-2. There is Bourgeois, who will bat next here in the 12th. Scott Barnes, 2-2 pitch. And it's fouled out of play.
Emergency swing right there. Do you have enough ink left in your pens? I just wanted to check. I know it's running down at the end of the season.
Squibbed up the first base line, and Kochman is there to record the out. 1 down. I'm not so worried about the pens as I am the scorecard. I'm running out of room. Got room for 3 more innings. Hopefully it won't come to that. Jason Bourgeois officially announced as the pinch hitter. Outside for ball 1. There's a long fly ball to left, but back there to grab it is Ezekiel Carrera, 2 down. It's going to bring up Irving Falou. This 29-year-old was a 21st round pick back in the 03 draft. So really, I mean, if you think about it from Kansas City's standpoint, I've been waiting for this guy, wondering, would he amount to much? Would he develop into a guy? And all of a sudden, in the last couple of years, he's put it together, solid AAA seasons, and now getting his first taste of big league action. He's making the most of it.
Well, we've witnessed him play second base and also shortstop, since we've seen him.
Nice inning for Scotty Barnes. 1, 2, 3 go the Royals. Last of the 12th when we come back.
Bottom of the 12th inning. The Indians will have Kipnis, Santana, Chisenhall coming up. Kansas City goes to their bullpen. And the 8th man to work for KC is right-hander Vin Mazzaro. 17th appearance. 3 wins, 3 losses. ERA well over 6. And Jason Bourgeois, who pinch hit for David Lowe, stays in the game in center field. Vin Mazzaro worked an inning and a third out of the bullpen last night for Kansas City. Walked 1, gave up a hit. Kipnis is due, 0 for 5. Two balls, no strikes. Three and 0. As Carlos Santana waits on deck.
Kansas City pitchers have walked 10 Indians tonight. Make it 11.
Ball 4, the leadoff man aboard. Well, the number that jumps out at you tonight is the left on base category. The Royals have left 5. Now, granted, they've only scored in 1 inning of this game. They haven't done much offensively outside of that 1 inning where they scored their 6 runs. The Indians have left 16 men on base in this game. And they've scattered them. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 on each in the third and fourth.
There's only been 2 innings where they haven't left a runner on.
Yeah, they went 1, 2, 3 in each of those 2 innings.
Yeah, the 5th and the 7th.
2 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th, left them loaded in the 9th, 1 in the 10th, 2 more in the 11th. And now Carlos Santana sends a towering fly ball to center field. And Jason Bourgeois will make the play. Kipnis went back to tag, but Bourgeois quickly and alertly got rid of it. So 1 away. And that's going to bring up Lonnie Chisenhall. Lonnie is 2 for 5 tonight. He has single, double, driven, and a run scored 1. Kipnis, 31 stolen bases on the year, takes his lead at first. And Chisenhall after the first pitch, fouling it out of play. Line drive up the middle, it's through. And Jason Kipnis aggressively on his way to third. He'll go in without a throw. And the Indians have him at the corners with 1 out. Good base running by Jason Kipnis on 2 accounts. First, on the soft liner, he had to make sure it wasn't going to get caught, so he kind of put the brakes on. And then once it went through, he put his head down and went for third.
That's a nice job.
And he recognized, you got Jason Bourgeois just into the game. And by the time he got to it, he wasn't going to have a chance to throw him out. So now we'll see how Kansas City decides to play it. They got the outfield drawn in. Although Bourgeois is still way too deep. Now he's coming in.
Well, they'll wave him in. They can't. You got to be able to at least make a catch and get it in there. You've got good speed on third base. Middle infielders, though, are playing for a double play.
Right.
Depth. They're with Kotzman, the runner. They got to play back for 2. Anybody on the corners can come home.
A sacrifice fly would win it. Casey has just 1 sac fly on the year. Popped up foul out of play. 1-1.
Kipnis, the winning run at third, has tremendous speed, as well as good base running instinct. So should the ball get away from Moore here, you expect him to get a good read, and he could score easily. Now time called. Moore wants to go out to talk. Sandy Alomar is one hit or one sack fly away from managing this team to his second straight win. The Indians looking for their fourth straight overall. Kochman bangs it to short, and it's going to be an inning-ending double play. We'll go to the 13th, still tied at 6. Scott Barnes will stay on after working a 1-2-3 12th inning. He'll face Alex Gordon, Billy Butler, and Adam Moore here in inning 13 for Kansas City. Game 4 hours and 11 minutes old at this point, and no end in sight because the Indians have been unable to get a big hit here to capitalize. Kansas City hasn't been able to get a hit, period. Their last hit came in the 8th inning with 1 out.
Well, yeah.
And they've only had 2 hits since they scored 6 runs in the 3rd.
A very strange game because you said that Kansas City, they've had 1 inning. The Indians pitchers have been outstanding the rest of the game. They've left 5 on.
Yeah.
The Indians have had opportunity after opportunity and just haven't been able to take advantage of it. And have left 17 on.
Gordon with a big cut, but fouls it back.
But, boys, if you play this long, you might as well win it because you got a quick turnaround tomorrow. And it's going to feel a lot better, whatever team wins this ball game. To go back and put your head on a pillow for a few hours and come back tomorrow.
Gordon looks at a strike inside corner, 1-2 the count. Gordon strikes out. So Scott Barnes with a good performance so far here tonight. He's retired all 4 that he has faced.
Yeah, I got him to swing at that slider off the plate. Lefty on lefty. Tough for him. It's the one guy you really want to be careful of here because he could hurt you.
Good pitch. Down and in, 0-2.
Good back foot slider. He's able to get Butler to swing at and swing over the top of it.
One and two the count now as Barnes tries to put away Butler. And he got him to swing at that back foot slider again. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 13th for Scott Barnes.
Comes back and tied him up and gets him to chase one out of the zone. So both strikeouts coming on pitches that were not strikes, but he was getting Kansas City hitters to swing and miss them.
Catcher Adam Moore with 2 down and the bases clear. Man, he's out in front of an off-speed pitch.
Our bullpen right now, Matty, is at 135 pitches. So that's covering 9 innings. This is being the 10th, so it's a pretty good job.
It's really good. And they've only walked 1 batter. 2?
Yeah, remember Allen picked one off?
Yeah, that's the only one.
Back to back. He walked Moustakas right behind him.
Oh, that's right. Popped him up. Brantley's there to grab it. And the inning is over. So, terrific job by Scott Barnes. 6 up, 6 down. Bottom of the 13th coming up next. Six. Bottom of the 13th. Will someone in that Indians dugout step up and be the hero here in this inning? Among the candidates we offer for your consideration, Cord Phelps, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Michael Brantley. Phelps will lead it off. Vin Mazzaro, boy, he got out of a jam. 1st and 3rd, 1 out in the bottom of the 12th, and he got a double play ball to keep the game alive for Kansas City. Phelps chops it foul. And a count quickly 0-2. The 0-2. And Phelps fouls it right off his foot. The 0-2. And Phelps strikes out. Moore will have to pick it up and throw him out. And he does. One away. There's Dribble Cabrera. Is 1 for 3. Think about that. He entered the game in the 8th inning, and he's already getting his 4th at bat.
Yeah, this is one of those games where, oh boy, it can happen.
Low, ball 1.
I do know one thing, as Dribble's going to try and end it.
Bounced that in front of the plate. So he's got himself in that count where he's going to, certainly if he gets his pitch, he is going to turn it loose. And it's outside 3-0. He takes. It's a strike. 3-1. Michael Brantley is next. Mazzaro's 3-1 and a full count. Good pitch. That was outside corner. Really a tough spot for Cabrera to do anything with that.
Well, you go right back there. That was an excellent location.
From 3-0 to 3-2, the payoff pitch in the air to left. Gordon. 2 down. And that will bring up Michael Brantley, who had a 2-out single in the 11th inning. Brantley sends a fly ball to left. Gordon back. He's got it. And the Indians go 1-2-3. We'll go to the 14th. Still tied at 6.
14th inning. And it's a 6-6 ball game. The 9th Indians pitcher to work in this game tonight is Scott Maine. On for the 8th time this year. And Maine had a rough go of it last night. He did not retire a batter. He allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. So he's looking for a bounce-back effort here tonight.
Well, he's going to get Moustakas. Look at this job tonight by the Indians bullpen. How about this? 2 hits in their 10 innings, 7 strikeouts, and they retired the order in 7 innings. That's tremendous. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. But they're still in a tie ball game, and you certainly don't want this beautiful job to go down the drain. You want to win this game, so they need another inning right here and hope offensively that they can get a run.
Well, this bullpen's formula tonight, pound the zone. Almost 70% strikes thrown from the Indians relievers. And Scott Maine misses outside ball 1. The 3-0 pitch, and it's ball 4. So Scott Maine walks the leadoff man. And it brings up Jeff Francoeur. Ball 5. Out goes Santana. Ruben Niebla is going to go out as well.
Well, 5 straight. And the formula you had just mentioned has been so good tonight. So you don't want to lose focus. You want to continue to pound the strike zone.
Unless I'm missing somebody, the only guys available in the bullpen now are Joe Smith and Chris Perez. That's all that's left.
I don't know. We've pitched 9 guys. I mean,
that's it. There's Smitty and there's CP.
That's a long night sitting out there because, you know, those guys, even Perez, the closer, goes out there before the first pitch of the game. You know, he's out there before the game starts, so he's been out there for well over 4.5 hours watching this. I mean, he's had some fun to watch his boys come out of the pen and do a nice job.
Maine blows it by Francoeur, 1-1.
You go back and way back into the game, the second and third inning, we showed you he hit a double his first at bat and he broke his bat and it sounded like so hollow. And then his next at bat hit a 3-run home run and it was a crack. 2 very different sounds. What did he say about Preston? Better start ordering some pizzas around here. Or I'm going.
Tell you what, I'll give you $20. You run down and get us one.
I'll get you one. Hold on a second. Let's go. Order us a pizza, big boy. We got some numbers here. Hold on. You'd die of one steam and come in here, wouldn't you? It's a full moon tonight. We got the wolf looking at us over here from the zoo. Teen wolf.
Scott Main comes set. The 2-2. And Francora swing and a miss. He struck him out. One away.
Well, he goes right at him. Fastball down the way. That was well located. Gets the strikeout. Good pitch.
One on, one out. Brian Pena, switch hitter, will turn around, bat from the right side. Out of play. No, there's Joe Smith. And that leaves Chris Perez.
Well, we still have some starters we can throw out there that aren't pitching in a few days.
The four pitchers that were September call-ups, Scott Barnes, Jenmar Gomez, Frank Herman, Scott Main, have all worked in the game. Payne, you got a piece of that, stays alive. Scott Main has thrown 12 pitches. He's 6 balls, 6 strikes. He walked Moustakas, the leadoff man, on 4 straight. And it came back to strike out Jeff Francora. He's got Pena down on the count 0-2.
The natives in the seats are getting restless.
I think he went around.
Yes.
Home plate umpire says, I don't need an appeal. I said you went around. 2 down.
Well, close enough. He wanted him to check. He said, no, check. He didn't check. He called it on his own.
And with 2 down, Tony Abreu, 0 for 5 on the night, is the batter. And Abreu looks at a strike from Scott Main. That gets away. And it rolls all the way into the Indians' dugout. So Moustakas at second base on the wild pitch. Go-ahead run in scoring position for Kansas City. And a 1-1 count for Abreu. That's the first runner in scoring position for Kansas City since the 3rd inning.
Wow. No kidding.
Down low.
Well, Kansas City with their 2-out hitting tonight, they were 4 for 6 off Gomez, who started, and 0 for 10 the rest of the way.
Broken bat, center field. Brantley can't get to it, and the Royals take the lead. What was that number? Never mind.
Well, it's now 1 for 11, and it was the walk and the wild pitch that did it in. But you see a 2-out hit, another run scored with 2 outs. They take a 7-6 lead. Broken bat. That wasn't located too well. He might have been trying to go inside, but it didn't get in. It did break his bat. So that one opportunity since the third, they cashed in.
Jason Bourgeois, 0 for 1. He came on in the 12th inning of this game. Fouled back. You got to wonder, really, don't you? Is it too much of a certain substance, or is it just plain nuttiness?
Nuttiness.
7-6, Kansas City. Last of the 14th coming up. Kansas City, bottom of the 14th. And the 9th Royals pitcher to work in this game tonight is Kelvin Herrera. On for the 75th time this year, looking for his 3rd save.
Well, a guy with a great arm that gets it up there in the high 90s, a good changeup and a breaking ball. So the Indians are going to have to come back and see what they can do to tie it up. 1 to tie, 2 to win. They did it back in the 9th inning. We are in the 14th. Carrera is going to be the leadoff hitter. And so many more opportunities tonight for the Indians and the Royals. But
one more shot. Carrera's been on each of his last 4 trips. Once by air, twice by walk. Last time up he doubled. This time he bunts. It's fielded by Moustakas, but he can't get the throw off. And the leadoff man aboard for the Indians here in the bottom of the 14th.
Moustakas was going to make that play and get rid of it quickly, and I think he might have rushed a little bit, and he fumbled. Nice bunt. He forced him. Watch the spin, and he couldn't get it out of his glove, and he didn't have a grip on it, so he was not going to throw it down the line.
Well, that was going to go foul, too, but he was going to try to get him.
See, because he knows if he fields it cleanly and gets rid of it, he has him.
Yep.
Normally, but that was the transfer Didn't get it out, so the leadoff man aboard, base hit.
Top of the order, Shin-Soo Choo takes a strike. Seven-6, Royals on top, last of the 14th, outside 1-1. Herrera's the type of pitcher, he supplies the power. You don't have to swing hard.
Trying to put a short swing on, it's easier said than done.
Sure.
But if you can just really shorten it up. There it is.
Line drive, base hit, right field. Carrera will have to stop at second because that got to Frank Gore in the blink of an eye.
You watch, you talk about a short, quick swing.
This was
Choo
it, huh?
did exactly that. Watch, he didn't get up. You know how he likes to extend those arms? Watch how quick he gets through the baseball. So it's back-to-back hits. Now the bunt got him going. Watch this. See those hands come through? Very quick swing there for Choo. Nice. Nice swing. That is now 13 hits for the Indians, and they've got not only the tying run aboard, they've got the winning run aboard.
And so an interesting strategy situation here with the Indians play for the tie, so the Royals are talking it over. Should Kipnis square around the bunt right here?
Well, this would be a tough guy to bunt. You've got good speed. Carrera, if he does, and if the bunt is on, you certainly, at second base, make sure he puts it on the ground. You run fast enough. We've witnessed it before, where sometimes you break off trying to get a great jump. You don't need the great jump. Yes. Well, we'll see what Sandy wants to do here. Because if you bunt him over, you walk Santana, and it's up to Chisenhall.
Jason pulled it back, and it's ball one.
He's squaring around, and if you bunt it, you make Moustakas field it. Although with Butler at first base. I was just going to
say, maybe with Butler you might want to go at him.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to come and pick it up and go to third. He may want to, but I don't think he will. They have to get an out in this situation. Yeah, I didn't. Oh,
Kipnis doesn't like it.
Well, he went to square the first time to bunt it, and he thought it was low, and he thought this one was low. All right, it was border. Yeah, that's okay. That's right at the knees.
1-1 to count. 2 on, nobody out. Last of the 14th. Indians down a run. Kipnis squares, pulls it back. It's outside.
Have to bunt strikes, and that's the key. He takes it back, has the count in his favor. Now, you can change, but a lot of times if you put it on, I like to see the manager stick with it. Attaboy.
Bunts it up the third base line, hugging the line, and it went foul as Mazzaro grabbed it.
Tough break.
So now a 2-2 count.
That one got on the dirt, Matt, and you see it was rolling. It was in fair territory, and it just trickled foul. That's when he'll touch it. Awfully close. So now he's going to have to stay up there and battle, swing.
Low and away. Full count.
98.
Herrera fires. It's ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out in the bottom of the 14th. They're loaded up for Carlos Santana.
How about a changeup? He didn't throw a changeup that whole at bat. He comes to 3-2 and throws him a changeup in. That surprises me when you're throwing 98. You see, they tried to frame it in there, but man alive, 98, you throw him a 3-2 changeup and didn't throw one in that at bat. He knows it better than me.
Carlos Santana, 5 for 14 on the year with the bases loaded.
Now you're forced to pitch to Santana. The infield's in. Santana's going to try and elevate one. Boy, the Indians right here in a golden opportunity to win this game.
Tying run at third, winning run at second. Santana sends one in the air, left field, not very deep.
I don't think so. It's not going to do it.
Gordon will make the catch, and everybody has to hold. So Santana,
no patience.
First pitch, swinging, and can't get it done.
That, to me, that's a giveaway at bat there. So now there's one down.
Well, Lonnie Chisenhall's had a good night. He has 3 hits, 2 singles, a double, an RBI, and a run scored. Bases loaded, 1 out. Up high, ball 1. Fouled right back in the count, 1-1. Carrera the tying run. Chu the winning run. Fouled back. And now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chisenhall shoots it out of play. Just trying to stay alive now. Herrera, 1-2. Chisenhall line drive, right field. Frank Core makes the catch.
Oh, my goodness.
And everybody holds.
How about that? That was right on the line. That's a good at-bat by Lonnie, but a bullet hit at Frank Core, and you can't tag there either. We're down to it. The final out. A golden opportunity. I mean, hit it right on the nose. Carrera, I don't know, he was breaking in, but got back too late. You're not going to run on him anyway.
I don't think, yeah, exactly.
Not with 19 assists, no way. See you later. All right, so the Indians can win it. If Kansas City gets out of it, that would leave the Indians with 20 men left on base.
Well, it all comes down to Casey Kochman, who is 0 for 3 since he entered the game. Hit into a double play his last time up in a chance to win the game in the 12th inning. And it's fouled back out of play. Seven-6 Royals. 2 down, bases loaded. And the 0-1 to Kochman. Swung on and missed it. The changeup, nothing into the count. The 0-2. Kochman line drive left field, foul. Just a slicer off the bat of Kochman.
Well, you have to stay alive with a guy that has a good changeup at about 87, and he's got a fastball at 98.
Drive down to their last out. 0-2 pitch. And it's a ground ball to first. Butler with the flip. And the game is over. The Indians leave them loaded in the bottom of the 14th, and Kansas City wins it by a final score of 7-6. As the Indians leave them loaded in the 14th, and they leave 20 on base in the game. And so you talk about a frustrating defeat for the Tribe tonight. You load them up with nobody out in the 14th and can't get a single run across. That snaps the Indians' 3-game win streak. It also stops Kansas City's 6-game losing streak. And it's time now for our KeyBank key play of the game.
Boy, you talk about golden opportunities, and I'll tell you, Kansas City didn't have one since the 3rd inning. But a walk, a wild pitch, and a broken bat ends up doing it. Abreu does the job, puts it in play. That gives them their 7th run, and that's also the ball game. My goodness.
KeyBank, get to a KeyBank branch now and rake in big savings on a car loan or home equity loan during KeyBank's Rake It In loan event. So the final numbers tonight, Kansas City, 7 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors, 6 left. For the Indians, 6 runs, 13 hits, no errors, 20 men left on base.
Say that again? 20?
The winning pitcher is Vin Mazzaro. He's 4-3. The save to Kelvin Herrera, his 3rd. The loser is Scott Main. He is now 1-2. Time of the game, 4 hours, 52 minutes. The attendance, 17,109. We're back with the Conrad's postgame show next.